Good evening and welcome to the July 9th, 2024 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. We have roll call, please.
Lutrip.
Here.
Ward.
Here.
McCracken.
Here.
Fleming.
Here.
Ingalls.
Here.
Messina.
Here.
Coppice.
Thank you. Join me in the pledge, please. Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And I need approval of June 11th, 2024.
So
minutes.
moved.
I have a motion.
Second.
Second, any discussion?
Nope.
If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, at this time, we have public comment for anyone that would like to address the commission on any item that isn't on our agenda tonight. Okay. Staff report. Hillary?
Okay, good evening, Commissioners. So just wanted to give you an update for the August meeting. So our meeting in August will be on the 13th. We have one annexation request. The Coeur d'Alene Hockey Academy is requesting annexation of the property south of the Frontier Ice Arena. And then we'll also be having a discussion and asking for Planning Commission's recommendation on priority pedestrian corridors. This is something that's being recommended by the Pedestrian and Bicycle Committee as well as the Parks and Recreation Commission. And so identifying areas of the city where we should be making sure that sidewalks are put in place rather than kind of waiving the requirement for those, and also allowing for opportunities for us to seek grant funding. So we have that, and then there might be an additional hearing depending on if that moves forward or not. So
Okay.
that's the status at this point.
All right, thank you.
I have a question, Hillary. Have we heard anything on short-term rentals at all? They've been out there for 9 months now, and
No, at this point, we've been tracking there was legislation this past session
Right.
that did not go anywhere, and it sounds like there will be some legislation coming back around this upcoming session. And so city's kind of been
we're
monitoring
waiting on that.
to see what
Okay.
transpires.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay. Any commission comments from anybody? Okay. We're going to get right into our public hearings. We have 3 hearings, excuse me, 3 hearings this evening. Make sure you sign up if you want to speak and indicate whether you want to speak or not. If you change your mind during the course of the meeting and you do want to speak, you'll have an opportunity to come up. I'll ask anybody if they want to speak before I close the public hearing at the end of each hearing. The first one is S1-24. It's continued from the April 9th, 2024 meeting. Applicant is Todd Kaufman. Location is 2810 North 17th Street. A proposed 9-lot subdivision.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
This is the public hearing for item S-1-24. The applicant is Todd Kaufman. He's represented by Olson Engineering, and the applicant is requesting approval of a 9-lot and 1-tract preliminary plat to be known as Kaufman Estates on property that is located immediately east and southeast of the intersection of Steiner Avenue and 17th Street. Legal notice was published in the Coeur d'Alene Press on June 22nd, 2024, and all other required notifications have been made. Here's a location map indicating where this property is located within the city. This is 15th Street, this is Best Avenue, and the property is here highlighted in red. City engineer. The preliminary plat has been revised since the hearing on April 9th. The preliminary plat being brought forward to Planning and Zoning Commission for this continued hearing reflects changes made to the design based on staff feedback to ensure the compliance with code requirements. The city engineer has indicated the preliminary plat submitted contains all of the general preliminary plat elements required by the municipal code. The next finding is finding B2, that the provisions for sidewalks, streets, alleys, rights-of-ways, easements, street lighting, fire protection, planting, drainage, pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and utilities are or are not adequate. The proposed roadway will be 28 feet in width, allowing for parking on one side of the street. The existing gravel 17th Street will be paved full width from Steiner to Gilbert Avenue to accommodate increase in traffic. The new public roadway within the subdivision will have a 5-foot wide sidewalk on both sides of the street that will continue around the cul-de-sac. The revised preliminary plat provides adequate design for city crews to remove snow. City staff from Streets and Engineering, Water, Wastewater, Fire, and Police have reviewed the application request in regards to sidewalks, streets, alleys, and rights-of-ways, easements, utilities, street lighting, fire protection, planting, drainage, pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and all departments have indicated the facilities and utilities are adequate. Staff has recommended 21 conditions as part of the subdivision request. Finding B3, that the proposed preliminary plat does or does not comply with all the subdivision design standards and all of the subdivision improvement standards. The applicant has provided a narrative with explanations regarding how each subdivision design standard and improvement standards have been met or will be met in the subdivision construction plans. The city engineer has reviewed the applicant's analysis regarding meeting subdivision standards and concurs with the findings. Per engineering review, the purpose of the preliminary plans, both subdivision and design standards and improvement standards, have been vetted for compliance. The last finding is finding B4. The lots proposed in the preliminary plat does or does not meet the requirements of the applicable zoning district. The existing zoning is R12, which allows for single-family and duplex housing types at a density of 12 units per acre. The proposed subdivision has a density of 9.5 units per acre and allows for both single-family and duplex housing types. Setbacks and building heights for future buildings are tied to the R12 requirements, and the proposed subdivision is in conformance with the R12 zoning district. Here's a zoning map indicating the zoning of the existing property and the surrounding zoning. It's all R12, except to the east, it's county ag suburban. There are 20 recommended conditions that are at the end of your staff report. You'll need to consider this request and make appropriate findings to approve of the conditions, deny, or deny without prejudice. And that concludes my presentation.
Questions of Mike? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate your presentation. I wonder if you could go back and put the slide up that has the four, it's a summary slide that has the four findings to be made. Thank you. So, help me understand this a little bit. We've seen this project a few times now. This is not a PUD, correct?
Yeah, correct. This is not a PUD. This is just a subdivision.
So a PUD, and when it was a PUD, when it came forth as a proposed PUD, it had a different set of findings, correct?
That is correct. It had 7 different findings.
7.
Yeah.
And some of those don't pertain here because one would have been something about a HOA. That
That's
goes
correct.
away.
HOA, the comprehensive plan, stuff like that.
Comprehensive plan
Yep.
goes away. A finding that talks about compatibility with the adjacent area. That finding disappears. So we're only, so as I study this and I'm asking myself, and for the benefit, I guess, everybody in the room, help me understand a little bit why it is that, the compatibility goes away, comp plan goes away, and is it because, we've been talking about this iteratively that, this project is kind of swinging towards development by right? We kind of had some of those discussions, and if in this case as a straight subdivision, vice the more collaborative or give or take in a PUD, I guess if it comes in and everything meets these things, it's assumed to be compatible, I guess. Is that?
That is correct. If there's, the surrounding zoning is R12 that allows for single-family and duplex housing on all the other lots surrounding this. This is the R12 zoned lot. They would just have to meet the subdivision requirements in order to divide the land to allow for the uses allowed in the R12.
Thank you. And as a straight-up subdivision at this point, and for that matter, the PUD never was requesting more density than that's allowed, but as we stand here today, and this proposal clearly is within the R12 density, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
My quick question, in the R12, and I read it in our package, I know we have it here.
Okay.
But perhaps some information to people who are going to speak. What's allowed in the R12 as far as, when I was looking at it, the square footage of each lot that can have either a single-family home or the square footage of lots,
Sure.
sizes that can have either a single-family home or duplexes?
Yeah. For single-family homes, you need 50 feet of frontage. Single-family lots, 5,500 square feet for the lot area and 50 feet of frontage.
Okay.
That's laid out where there's four lots for single-family, and the 5 other ones could be duplex or single-family.
Right.
But they allow for duplex.
All right, thank you.
And the single families can also have a ADU, accessory dwelling unit, on
Yeah.
that same 5,500 square foot.
That is correct.
Duplexes cannot, but the single families can.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mike.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, see, okay. Before we start, there's a number of people that are on the list here to speak. I'm going to swear you all in at once. So just say, I do after I make the statement. Do you swear? Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God? Everyone that wishes to.
do.
Okay, thank you. Name and city you live in. Here we
Good.
go again.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jeremy Terzulli. I'm a land use consultant working with Olson Engineering on behalf of Todd Kaufman and his boys Brody and Dylan. I reside in Hauser, Idaho. I did not prepare a PowerPoint tonight because there was a lot of redundancy. This is about the 4th time I think we've been before you, so I'll be speaking from notes tonight and here to answer any questions that you might have. As we got here, or how we got here a couple of years ago, the PUD, the first swing at the PUD was probably a little too dense, and we recognized that after a meeting with the adjacent property owners. We did scale back to 18 twin homes in an attempt to offer housing options for the community that could be purchased and owned fee simple and help alleviate some of the chance of those becoming rentals. That was denied. We did appeal that to council, and we even were in agreement to work with Kiki's group, the Panhandle Area Housing Alliance, and a few of these other groups to try to put some guardrails in place to ensure that they would be owned by Kootenai County residents. But again, the city council did uphold the planning commission's decision, at which point, to Commissioner Engel's point, we went and looked at what code would allow by right a standard subdivision, and as you know, the subdivision approval is a quasi-judicial process, so we have these 4 standards of approval, and if these 4 standards of approval have been met, then approval is deemed prudent. So our last plan from April, there was a little bit of interpretation of code. I didn't have that code section with me at that point in time. We did design our initial subdivision with the understanding that future connectivity to the east would, the chance of that was probably greater than 0, so therefore we left a road terminus of Steiner Avenue with an approved fire truck turnaround or hammerhead, that T at the end. But it was deemed that this should be designed as a permanent dead end, which is unfortunate because in the meantime, a property owner that owns several pieces of property to the east in that county island has reached out to us and wants to get annexed into the city, is unsure where the infrastructure is on Nettleton Gulch. Of course, there really wasn't going to add a whole lot of parking. The entire north side of the street will be able to park, as there are going to be no driveways off of that side of the street. One of the conditions of approval is that through design, we do need to create an easement along that driveway tract to the east for continuation of city infrastructure. I'm going to make one last ditch effort to say that you have a previous design in front of you that we think is actually
favorable if the street network is going to continue to the east, but that is your decision to make. The water district did say we need an easement so that we can continue the water pipe and potentially sewer pipe along that driveway tract if needed in the future. So I think that the Public Works Department has noted that continuity of the street network, again, that probability of that, if it were left that way, would be greater than zero, so perhaps prudent. But we'll set that aside for now. What we have has been thoroughly vetted by city staff, from fire department to the police department. The city engineer has gone over this with a fine-tooth comb so that we didn't miss anything this time around or have any perhaps misrepresentation of what's going on out here. And so that we believe that the approval criteria 1 through 4, that this proposal meets it and exceeds it in many cases. And the city engineer has commented on that. I was asked to fill out 2 pamphlets, in essence questionnaires, explaining how I believe it does, and that's prior to coming here. I did that, and Chris did concur with my interpretation of that. Those items that aren't specifically addressed in what you see before you in the packet can be addressed during design and ultimately city review of that design. And so Todd's attorney is here tonight. She won't be speaking on this matter. She'll be observing an upcoming public hearing. She is here to answer any questions if you need. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Do you have any issues with the 20 points from this city, or conditions?
Not any
All
firm
those?
issues with it. Like I said, the continuation of the water line sort of lends merit to our interpretation of the old design as opposed to the cul-de-sac. So we don't have an issue with reserving that easement, but we would like the commission to perhaps consider that the previous iteration was probably more favorable in the
So
mind
you're
of Public
treating
Works.
those last 3 easterly lots as if they were a private driveway?
Yep,
Yeah.
that's correct.
And that's what is understood.
Yes.
But if that has to be torn up, it's not unusual to see that in our city, that we do have and need to, shore views like that. It has no extra parking. You're either on someone's driveway or, you're out of luck. So, these, I don't think we can anticipate all changes at this point in time.
Agreed,
Yeah,
agreed.
okay. Thanks.
Go ahead. Peter?
So, I think I heard, and correct me if I'm correct, that you and the city are hand in hand with this and both find it a good solution? You're in agreement?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You and the city are in unified position for this, on this?
My position is that we presented a design and city staff has vetted it for compliance.
Good, thank you.
John?
Thank you. Wonder if I could talk density just a little bit, just for clarity, and a lot of discussion on this, but help me understand, when we went back to the PUD, it was proposed at 18 units, 18
That's correct.
dwelling units.
The revised PUD, correct.
And even at 18, it was within the R12.
The housing design is not allowed, the twin home design is not allowed within R12.
Right.
That was the sticking point.
So, the current, the current plan has 14 units, so that would be,
The current plan is 9 lots. How many
9
units
lots,
go
but-
on there is up to Todd and how he decides to build on those lots.
I thought I read in there 18 units was,
I think we've got 14 units. As I was talking to Mike, 4 is going to be homes, and then
Right.
the remaining be duplexes, which you figure 2 units, duplex, I guess, and you come out, if I'm right, 14 dwellings.
Unless he decides to put accessory dwelling units on the single
Right,
family.
yeah, I'm
So
not
we'll be at
counting the
18 if that's the
ADU
case.
units, yeah. So, am I right on that math? 14?
5, 2, 4, yep.
Okay, so, yeah, like from the 18 twin homes, which we're not talking twin homes now, we're talking homes and duplexes, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Thank you. Yep, got it.
You're welcome.
go ahead, yep.
Yeah, just one quick question, if I could. I know when this was here a couple of months ago, we had some concern about the private roadway, parking, sidewalks, and so on. That all seems to be addressed now. What I don't understand, the issue that you're raising about the cul-de-sac. Where would you bring it all the way through if, as opposed to what we're showing here?
Just eliminate the cul-de-sac, continue the public right-of-way to near the eastern property boundary and replace it with that hammerhead, that approved fire truck turnaround per the old iteration.
And you have room to do that going through those last two lots?
That is what was proposed the last time around. The lot count hasn't changed.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Because that would only change the size of those two lots at the eastern side of,
We had to jockey things around
Right.
to make room. You know, the cul-de-sac dips in, we spread these guys out, we redistributed. There's been some line work done on here, but
And
both iterations do work.
right, and if that, at the end, that street continues, whether homes are built there or not, or would this be prior to homes being built, or what was the discussion with the city on that? Giving the city the easement if they needed.
The city's requiring the easement along that private driveway tract.
Okay.
It's not gonna be a wide enough tract to ever become a public right-of-way.
Okay,
And city code does prohibit a private driveway tract to be used for hopscotching from one public right-of-way to the next. It would only be available to put in water and sewer if needed in the future. It will not continue the street network as drawn.
okay, I got it. All right, no other questions?
I'm good.
We're good. All right, thanks, appreciate it.
Anyone else? Thank you.
First person, I've got, hold on, sir. If you want to speak on this, no, go ahead. If you want to speak on this later, or sign up, we can't hear you. I can't hear you from there, so if, I don't. Thank you. Okay, great, thank you, sorry. Tom Huffringford is opposed and doesn't want to speak. All right, Tom, come on up. The state name, city you live in.
Tom Hungerford, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. First off, thank you, commissioners, for allowing us to be heard here. Kaufman Estates, as you know, he's proposed this 4 times prior to this, and 2 times by the PUD, and then the 2 times by the code process. Biggest issue I've always have had has been the density of the parking issues and compatibility. And speaking into density, the current density of the surrounding properties is 1.7 per acre. Anyway, his current proposal, as you know, is 9 lots, going to be 5 duplexes and 4 single-family homes. I have to apologize. I need to get to my. I completely forgot about that. All right.
Just double click it.
Okay. Not a computer.
I'll get it for you. Sorry. All right, now start the slideshow, so that all you gotta do is just click through it.
Just click. Okay. So, there's our issues with this current project that he has. 17th and Steiner intersection, which has always been an issue. The cul-de-sac location, Tract A, the private road at the northeast corner, and a 28-foot road with parking only on one side. Right here you can see, this is the offset, the center line on the current Steiner to the new Steiner on a 17-foot road. Let me see here. Gosh, I am not good at this. Okay. So 17th is a 20-foot wide road. No way to widen it or put sidewalks in. 25 to 40 cars are going to be added to this road into a 20-foot road. It has 2 blind spots right here at this intersection. You're going to be adding more pedestrians to it. It's going to create an extremely unsafe traffic condition. So let's see here. This here, what I did, you've got his plan, and this is what typically you see in a road or a development that has a cul-de-sac at the end like that. The homeowners in this here with this Tract A, they're gonna be responsible for the plowing, maintaining, and garbage, and they're gonna have to walk their garbage cans down a 150-foot long driveway. All deliveries, UPS, FedEx, Amazon, and emergency vehicles will all have to back out of that private road. Now, I want to talk about the 28-foot parking, the 28-foot road and the one-side parking. He talks about that there isn't parking spaces going to be available on the south side. There's currently going to be about 15 spaces that are going to be on the north side, but they would be able to get about 9 more spaces on the south side. This would address some of the overflow issues that we have. Now, primary frontage, as far as why this is a 28-foot road instead of a 32-foot road, right here, this is the main and only road that enters and exits this project. This is a primary frontage street. This should be a 32-foot road with parking on both sides. It is not a secondary frontage, which is defined side street. It's a side street located at the back or side of a lot. This here shows all the streets in the area. Every single street in that area is 32 feet at a minimum. New Steiner joining the old Steiner should be at a minimum of 32 feet. This would be good design and planning. This development falls short of what I believe that the subdivision standards.
We're wrapping it up, Tom? 3 minutes.
What's that? I'm
Your
done.
3 minutes, you're up. Thank you, appreciate it. Jenny Huggerford, opposed but does not wish to speak. Eleanor Capel is opposed, does not wish to speak. Patty Rainbolt, opposed, does not wish to speak. Rick Rainbolt, opposed, and does wish to speak.
Howdy.
Hi, just state your name and the city you live in.
Pardon me?
Just state your name and the city you live in, please.
Oh, my name's Rick Rainbolt. I live just outside the city of Coeur d'Alene in the
That's
county.
fine. Thank you.
Coeur d'Alene address, but I live at 1801 East Gilbert. My
Okay.
property abuts the eastern boundary of Kaufman Estates. As I pointed out in earlier meetings, that there was an issue with the property line between our two properties. He was claiming 25 feet on the jog in the northeast corner when he really only had 12 and a half. Matter of how they vacated 19th Street there. It was vacated down the middle of the street, so he only had 12 and a half feet coming in that jog. Well, on paper now, it looks like that's been addressed because he's showing a 12.5 foot jog in that corner. But the reality of it is my property has been surveyed. I go to my property line and measure over to his survey stake, it's 10 and a half feet. So if he's gonna go 12 and a half feet from his stake, he's 2 feet onto my property. And, I don't know how all this works, but if the city approves what he's proposing, are you approving him to take 2 feet of my property? Or is that, I'm gonna fight this if somebody tries to take my 2 feet, because that's damn near 100 feet long, that 2 feet. And I don't know how it works. If there's a problem, I will come back, get my land back. Am I dealing then with the city or with Kaufman Estates to settle that?
I don't know, Randy, if you want to kind of address the legal side of that a little bit?
Well, the approval of the subdivision isn't going to change property lines. So
Right.
that becomes a matter between the two of them where the appropriate property line is. And I assume Kaufman Estates, when they begin to develop, will have to do surveys as well.
Surveys and pins, identifying the exact pins and staying with the surveys. And
So
I would meet with the Kaufmans and rectify it.
I mean,
But
it just
our
seems,
approval does not define boundary lines.
all right.
Yeah.
Well, then I guess I'd be dealing with
Not
Mr.
legal.
Kaufman on that one. But it just seems to me stuff like this should be settled before this gets approved. You're approving it based on him having 200 square feet
No,
of
we're
my
not,
property.
we're not approving who owns what piece of property. We're approving more or less a number of units and what
Okay.
he's
So-
applying for.
so what happens? I'm in the
But
county.
it's not the property lines that we're approving. What we're approving is something different. So if there is an issue between two property owners that are adjacent to each other, that's something, as the city attorney has pointed out, you guys got to figure out first. Go ahead, Randy.
I was
So
just
how
gonna
does
say,
this-
we're not approving units either, we're approving lots.
Right.
9 lots,
Right.
or
But you
disapproving.
don't care where
9
those lots are then?
No, as long as they're legal lots, and.
Okay, so you don't care if they're in the county?
Well,
My property is in the county. It seems like the subdivision in the city should stay in the city.
That's all the city is making a determination of. If there's a dispute about a property line, that's between the two of you.
All right.
so you might have to either contact a survey company and have your property surveyed so you can.
Property's already been surveyed.
Well, then if you have that information,
All right,
and I suggest you present it to Mr. Kaufman, and you guys can work out the details of that.
Alrighty.
But we're not doing anything with property lines or taking anything away from your property. This is not what we do here.
If nothing else, thought you should be aware of it.
I appreciate it, thank you.
All right,
All righty.
thank you.
Ken Pina is opposed and does not wish to speak. Todd Kaufman. Todd, you want to come up, or? No, I'm not probably okay. Okay, he's good. Brody Kaufman is in favor and does not wish to speak. David Patzer is opposed and does not wish to speak. Okay. Mike Binska. Okay, is in favor and did not indicate, and I take it you want to speak.
I
Okay.
should be opposed.
Name and city you live in.
Mike Buska,
Okay.
Coeur d'Alene.
Go ahead.
So, listening to this and being in these different meetings, what I'm noticing that you mentioned is that they now are doing a proposal that doesn't require it to meet the aspect of the neighborhood. And I think that you've heard a number of us come up and speak and say that there's a certain flavor and feel to the neighborhood, and it's why people live there. It's why we bought, because it had an ambiance that we wanted to live in, close to the downtown, yet far enough out, still somewhat rural. I understand, from Mr. Kaufman's standpoint, that they're trying to make money. They've sold that on, affordable housing and every other which way. But I think that you noticed in the last meeting, his comments indicated not so much that he was interested in affordable housing as he was interested in building as many houses as he could. And that's what this looks like. And even when their representative came up, they're still trying to propose, hey, let's just kick that road right on through so that we can continue to develop more and more. And I just question, is that the direction that we really want to go? I mean, I get it, the city's expanding, but is it expanding just to turn into something that nobody wants to live here at? That's what it starts to feel like to me. I realize you were in a situation where legally you have to follow the codes, but I'm hoping that you look at it and say, if I live there, what would I want? I don't know that Mr. Kaufman lives in the area, and I think the neighborhood and the area has made it very clear that they don't oppose growth. They're just looking at managed growth that continues to represent the area that we bought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Shelley Cusco is opposed and does not wish to speak. Todd Renier is opposed and does not wish to speak. Sharon Sardell is opposed and does wish to speak. Name and city.
Shannon Sardell, Coeur d'Alene. My family and I are here tonight to oppose this subdivision proposal. As direct neighbors to this parcel and ongoing participants in this subdivision process, we just ask that the development on this 2+ acre site follow some current planning and zoning ordinances and standards for the city of Coeur d'Alene. Our two main concerns, quite frankly, are the width of the road and a 28-foot road versus 35-foot road or whatever it is. This is a primary frontage, and it could be a frontage for up to 14 different residences. It doesn't have the feel or the look of a secondary road, as we know, which we looked at with Tom Hungerford's. We need the parking. You have people who come and visit, who come and stay. Those roads all around it already have a number of on-street parking for the entire evening hours. Where are these people going to park? The other issue we had is with Tract A, which is the development of the private road. And even though it is 150 feet, I do know that those are areas where it's just kind of like a secondary bygone sort of street, ends up being gravel at some point in time unless it's privately maintained, and who maintains or mandates those sorts of maintenance issues. Also, since our property abuts directly to where that private road would be, I would much rather see that cul-de-sac extended further east to be accessible directly to the city street that is maintained than have some sort of private road that we're handshaking with neighbors or rentals about how that will actually be maintained, how snow will be removed, where the snow will go. More than likely, it will end up against my shop, which actually is on the direct backside of that property. I would much rather have backyard sharing spaces with additional units than front yard spaces also. And lastly, on the Tract A, we were concerned about our security, and which would include the need for additional street lighting potentially at that location. Backyards don't necessarily need the additional street lighting, but then suddenly we now have additional lighting potentially on that road that is or on the private road that it's just more than is necessary. So I would hope that we could have a road with parking on both sides, a little bit wider, so that we are conforming to current standards and not to secondary standards. As this map shows, there's all sorts of different standards, and that's really kind of confusing for our people who use the streets because they are not standard. They don't all have sidewalks. We do have lots of young people. So we're not opposed to the development in our neighborhood. We know that's going to be developed. We just act that it's done in a safe, appropriate, and that it follows city infrastructure standards for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Elsie Bell is opposed and does not wish to speak. Tristan Bell, opposed and does not wish to speak. Susan Runningen is opposed and does not wish to speak. Edwin Runningen is opposed and does not wish to speak. Amber Hicks is opposed and does wish to speak. Name and city.
Amber Hicks, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Thank you.
About 2 lots over from the subject property. I just wanted to say that in the past, I've gotten up here and spoken out against the density, and I do feel like we're moving in the right direction and very close. So first, I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Kaufman's team for making the proposed changes. What I want to focus on tonight still hits in on the safety concerns for our neighborhood with the kids. You guys have heard me speak on this many times, and I'm concerned that if we only put a 28-foot wide street with one row of parking instead of parking on both sides, not only is it not compatible with the surrounding streets, as you can see on Gilbert and Haycraft and Nettleton surrounding it, where we allow for parking on both sides. We already have a parking shortage, and now parking won't be allowed on 17th Street when this development goes in, so those neighbors will have to park elsewhere. And then by only having single lane road, with the single row of parking on the new road, I think is doing our community a disservice to our neighborhood. Here we have a brand-new road under control of the city. Going in, I would like to see it conform with the surrounding streets with parking on both sides, especially because we do not have sidewalks on Haycraft. We do not have sidewalks on Gilbert. We do not have sidewalks on 17th Street, and it's wall-to-wall cars on Steiner. So for our kids, pedestrians, and cyclists that frequent our neighborhood to access Nettleton Gulch and get over to Canfield and that area, they are not able to safely navigate that. And the more cars we pack on our streets because they don't fit in the new subdivision, then the more blind spots there are for those children. And you saw some of those blind spots in Tom's slide that he had up a minute ago. And just in the last 2 to 3 weeks, for example, my own friends and myself included, just of the people that I know that are visiting our house at the corner of 17th and Gilbert, had 3 almost T-bone accidents because our intersections are uncontrolled and because the blind spots are so bad right there, and people cut through from Nettleton into our neighborhood to get back out to 15th. So anyway, that is my major concern right now. Otherwise, if we correct that issue, if the city can put some kind of a stop sign in to control the influx of traffic that's going to be flooding out of 17th Street into our neighborhood, I would be more inclined to vote in approval of this proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Hicks is opposed and does not wish to speak. Carrie Dunman is opposed and does not wish to speak. James Garado is opposed and does not wish to speak. Dylan Kaufman is in favor, does not wish to speak. Megan Jones is opposed and does not wish to speak.
I've changed my mind.
You want to come up? Sure. Name and city.
Megan Johns and Coeur d'Alene, and I do want to agree that I do think this is moving in the right direction. I appreciated your comments at the beginning about the process and how we got here. I do think it has benefited my neighborhood. That being said, you do have some written comments, but I did decide to speak tonight after coming and learning some more about the proposal. Since the cul-de-sac design and going back to the T Hammerhead intersection kind of came up again, I do want to reiterate that I don't think there's future connectivity there. Landowner reaching out, okay, maybe there's interest from one of the 20 or whatever number if we want to pull that map up and look. But I just don't buy that it's worth giving an exception. So if you guys are still considering going back to that other plan, I'm here to say it's not viable to me because someone somewhere said they'd be interested. And other than that, I did want to use this time to ask a process question about the ADUs that could be added. Would that be something that would be reflected in the plan here before comment, or is this something done separately at a later part in the process?
It's allowed under
Hillary,
code.
why don't you jump on
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, so accessory dwelling units are allowed by right with the current code. So this is just 9 lots and the private tract for the driveway. It doesn't have anything to do with where the house is or what type of houses or the accessory dwelling units.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful trying to keep all this together. So I do want to thank you guys for continuing to spend time on this. I do think we are ending up ultimately with a better product.
Thank you. Jeff Archin-Salt is opposed and does not wish to speak. Al Meshna. Am I getting closer?
Getting better.
Your penmanship has improved.
Getting better every day. That's all we can ask for.
Name and city, please.
Al Mespo, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Oh, got really close.
I want to look at this again. So if you pay attention to this intersection, please, again. As proposed, every single street that enters that intersection is a different size. And it's offset. if this isn't a dangerous intersection, I have no idea what you call a dangerous intersection. That's one point. Two, the problem with my friend who's 10, 2 feet of 2 by 100 foot property is in question, is that is one of the lot sizes. So if you approve it and then they lose that 200 square feet, your lot size is not going to be the right size. So until that is settled, again, I don't know what you're going to do. That's your thing. Finally, about the road. The attorney accurately has recognized the plan that they have as a secondary road. Please pay attention to the text. By definition, what they are building should be a primary road. Yes, they're planning, their proposal is a secondary road. That is not what is required, because the primary road is what the driveways open into. That's what you call it. This is your definition. So this plan, as is proposed currently, does not meet that requirement. The dangerous situation, we have tried to work with moderating and meeting, in between and trying to lower the density. And Mr. Kaufman, of course, keeps trying to do as many units as possible. The problem is that this neighborhood has many issues with that. If you squeeze this is the problem with putting a code up and just universally calling something. The roads can't handle it. The parking is a problem, as you've heard. You actually do not meet your definition of what should be a secondary, the alley behind all the businesses in Sherman, that is a secondary road by your definition. I rest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Before I call the next person, Randy, can I ask our engineer to come up and speak on the road issue that's been up a little bit? Yeah, come on up, Chris, and kind of, if you can, how did we get to this width of a road? Again, with that display up there, or the slide, how did you get to a secondary road? Kind of maybe answer some of these questions that are out there.
So, a while back, during one of these iterations, probably the last one, where Kaufman Estates, I discussed this with our attorney I said, this kind of seems like a primary frontage road by definition here, but he said that because the way that the code is written, and maybe the intent was that it's supposed to be a primary frontage, the way that it's written says, in his interpretation, said that it wasn't. He never said that it was a secondary street. He said that it doesn't fit any of those definitions of streets in there. I believe they could have gone to a narrower road under this circumstance, but we suggested they needed a wider road to fit parking on one side, or they're not going to get very far with this because they've got a parking problem in the neighborhood. So at 28 feet, that is our minimum street width for parking on one side. 32 would be parking on both sides. So they went with a 28-foot.
Can I ask another road question while you're up here? One of the conditions is to pave 17th. And in the staff report, it just says to full width. But they do identify that it's approximately 20 feet now, which is below the minimum. What width would it be paved to?
It would be the current width, the
20.
curb to curb, yeah. We've looked at possibility of widening that road, but the setbacks on these houses don't really allow that. If we were to push the road wider and put in a sidewalk or something like that, then people would lose their driveways, which would make the parking problem even worse. The road widths that are out there, especially 17th Street north of Steiner, I mean, it's an issue that it's so narrow, but I mean, there's nothing that this applicant would do to fix that, because they would have to condemn property from Mega John's, which isn't going to happen. So, and then the alignment issue, the way those roads line up, it is certainly not ideal. I've made a note just now to contact our urban forester about some tree pruning to open up visibility out there. I've also put in the requirement that they put stop signs on Steiner on both directions coming up to 17th Street, so that they won't be running through there in an uncontrolled intersection. Offset intersections like that are certainly not ideal, but we've got a lot of them in Coeur d'Alene. 15th and Mullen right by my house is the same way. 7th and Harrison, that one's a super dangerous situation. Could be based on cars taking chances and trying to swerve through there. So
Stop signs will alleviate some of that.
stop signs will at least keep people from bursting into the intersection, so they'll stop and look, hopefully.
And would there, coming out, whatever this new street's name would be, it's called Public Road.
We won't let them name it that.
When you come out of there, at where that comes to 17, there'd be a stop sign there as
Yes.
well, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, because we have a couple of conditions, and in the conditions is mention of stop signs. Isn't
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions of Chris? Thanks, Chris, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, Emma Rosenthal is opposed and does not wish to speak. Hickman, maybe is the last name, is opposed and didn't indicate whether you wanted to speak or not? No? Okay. Jamie Hickman Rosenthal is opposed and did not indicate.
She wants to speak.
You do? Come on up. Just your name and the city you live in.
Tammy Rosenthal, Coeur d'Alene.
Okay?
And I have to take my glasses off because I can't see.
Okay.
My trombone thing. I'm directly impacted by the Kaufman Estates, and these are my thoughts. And is that the microphone right there?
That's your mic
Okay.
right in front of you.
Preserving this unique sense of place and natural beauty around Nettleton Gulch and Best Hill area is balanced land use. No need to establish a prosperous or Waco neighborhood. Nettleton Gulch has it. So it makes sense to me to incorporate the natural environment into all developmental decisions. On page 7 of the planning packet I received today, under finding B2 from the city engineer, lighting will be required along the new public street as part of the subdivision improvements. As you may remember from my letter I submitted to you in May, the negative impact of artificial light from streetlights and exterior lighting built onto the homes and duplexes light an area in my backyard that would otherwise be dark. Under 16.15.18, no page number, in the planning packet per city code, street trees will be required along the public street and the swales will need to be vegetated. Shade trees have been proven to cool neighborhoods, reduce the ground level noise of cars parking and garbage trucks picking up trash. A privacy fence around the property line would help wildlife adapt to the construction and noise and disruption of their habitat. Please add, if approved, these small conditions: the night guards on streetlights, 6-foot privacy fence, and include shade trees in the landscape design around the subdivision. And I just want to take a minute to, do I have a minute? To say something. If the Kaufman Estates is the real deal, and if they stand behind what they've said during a couple of the Planning Commission meetings, affordable housing is needed in Coeur d'Alene. Are they willing to make conditions on their for-sale duplexes and homes? Or is it 9 homes? I don't know what it is. Will the families moving in to my neighborhood be offered below market, and will they be affordable? Let's put the perfect in front of the good. for our working professionals, our firefighters, our nurses, our teachers, our doctors, and our mechanics. We've all witnessed the disaster of letting the for-sale homes and duplexes be snatched up by conglomerates. It's one thing to build, another to encourage residents. Please support our working professionals. Do we kick the can down the road, or can we reimagine this existing paradigm for our neighborhood? That's all I have to say.
So, thank you.
Okay.
Kylie Holmes is opposed and does not wish, oh, you're coming up? Kyle, I'm sorry, not Kylie.
Kyle Holmes.
Name and city, that's it.
Kyle Holmes, Coeur Lane.
Thank you, Kyle.
So a couple things. Again, appreciate being able to speak before you this evening. And the affordable housing thing came up in the very first meeting. It's been tossed around tonight. I haven't heard them necessarily state it recently, but I think we can all agree affordable housing is not really an option anymore in our community. And even if we are putting on prices on houses and trying to cater to those that we would love to see in here, the house across the street from us, 17th and Gilbert, my good friend sold that house to a couple that wrote a letter stating we're a first-time home buyer, we're local Coeur d'Alene's, we want a family home. They thought they had remodeled and built a home to give to a family. It was a couple from California who owned 5 rental homes in our area who played to the heartstrings and sold. That has now been a rental for quite a few years and is now an Airbnb, I think the 5th one on Gilbert. So even if affordable housing is an option, there's not, or there's still an option for terrible people to do terrible things. I believe our neighborhood has done a great job maintaining our composure, speaking with respect, regardless of our feelings towards this. I want to bring to light, even though it has nothing to do with the approval of this, just the repetitive condescension and flagrant rude comments at every single meeting that you have had to endure and that we as a community have experienced because they do not care about our community. The fact that they want to put a road all the way through for the greater than 0% ability to grow, when that may apply in Post Falls where there's tons of open, flat farmland. But frankly, the comments that were stated at one of the last meetings where our homes in our neighborhood are nearing their age of usefulness. That in essence, we have useless homes that just need to be leveled for the purpose of growth. And growth for the sake of growth is the exact premise that cancer breeds off of. Cancer doesn't need to exist in our body. It grows for the sake of growth and it kills things. The sticking point that they meet the 4 criteria that Jeremy stated earlier, when asked by one of you gentlemen if he and the council were in agreement, he didn't say, yes, we're in agreement. He said, we meet the 4 criteria points. Well, if you have arms that work and legs that work, you can breathe, and there's a body of water nearby, go ahead and go for a swim, even if you've never been in water before. You meet the 4 criteria to swim. Doesn't mean you should hop off a boat in the middle of the lake and see what happens. So meeting the criteria and actually having the ability or the need or just agreeing to it because that is met is not smart and it's not a very good arguing point. I'll leave it at that. I appreciate all the time you as a council have put into this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Corey Hallett is opposed and didn't indicate if, no, okay. Hillary Herbert is opposed and didn't, oh, same last name, sorry. Okay. Before I call the because that was the last person on my list, before I call the applicant up to address any issues, if anyone wants to come on up and speak on this, come on up and just make sure you sign the sign-up sheet later and just give me your name and the city you live in.
Hi, my name is Mark Lazar. My wife and I, Savina, we live in Hayden. Full disclosure, we also have a property off of Nettleton Gulch. We've received information from the city about this meeting, so we came here to do a little bit of research This process is new to us, but full disclosure, like I said, we have a piece of property that we're interested in developing. So we don't know much about this process, so we thought this would be a good education for us, and it really is. I'll share with you that we moved here from Salt Lake City, and I can certainly appreciate everyone's concern that we love the community feel here. It is completely different. It's a breath of fresh air coming here from Salt Lake City, and we absolutely love this area. And so I can understand that the desire to want to preserve it. But coming from a city, I will say that there was, particularly Salt Lake City, there was always a lot of discussion about low-cost housing, and I heard this mentioned several times tonight. I think that there's a lot of confusion about what low-cost housing is, because typically when I hear that term, it's always referring to some sort of a government project. Price is always and everywhere a function of supply and demand. That low-cost housing doesn't come from government building projects. That always results in weeping and gnashing of teeth and higher than normal costs. It comes from where supply meets or exceeds demand, and that's what drives down cost. But in watching this, I'm a fairly educated guy, and hearing how arduous and cumbersome this process is, when it appears that the project meets the zoning requirements, this drives up costs. If a person has a piece of property that they'd like to develop that would allow, whether they wish to use it as a rental property or to sell to single families, if they're paying for additional engineering costs and design costs and legal costs, that gets built into the price. It drives up the cost. If people like Mr. Kaufman aren't willing to put their own capital on the line and build additional housing prices are going to continue to rise. It becomes less affordable, not more affordable. I heard several complaints that, how dare he's interested in making a profit. How many of you are willing to sell your own home for less than the market price? How many of you people would sell your house for less than market price?
You have to face the mic, sir.
For less-
Excuse me.
Yes, we did.
Excuse me.
Please
Sir,
address the microphone.
You gotta.
Sure.
Aye.
And that's wonderful. If somebody wants to be charitable and sell for below market, I think that that's wonderful. But we also live in a country that enforces property rights. And if a person owns a property, they should have the right to dispose of that property as long as it's within the legal limits of the law. And I apologize. It looks like my time is out.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate your time. I appreciate everyone's here's time as well.
All right.
Thank you.
Just make sure you sign the sheet before you leave. Mike will get you back there.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Is anyone else wish to, all right. Name and city you live in.
Hi, I'm Rhea Giffen, and I live in Coeur d'Alene. I spoke at the city council meeting about this issue before, and I won't rehash all the information. I will just say I have lived in this neighborhood since early 80, 81, and I have seen a lot of changes in the neighborhood. I've met a lot of great people. We kind of roll with the changes, and I just want to reiterate that no one in this committee of neighborhood is asking for Mr. Kaufman not to make a profit. They're just asking him to be respectful to our neighborhood, and he seems determined to ignore that. He just has been given the answer no several times, and he seems to just push beyond what we're asking, which is a reasonable amount of property for that area. We know that it's going to be developed. We don't want to stop that. We're welcoming people to the neighborhood. That's fine. But I just want it to be stated that this group has never asked him not to build. They're just asking him to build what's reasonable and respectful for the neighborhood that we all love. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak that didn't sign up before I have the applicant come up and perhaps address any of the issues that we heard? And ma'am, please, ma'am, you just spoke. Can you get with Mike in the back to sign the sheet? Thank you. Come on up.
Jeremy Terzulli again, on behalf of the Kaufmans, here to offer rebuttal to some of those comments. As far as the street classification, it is correctly classified. We did exceed the minimum standard, which is 24 feet face of curb to face of curb. There was ongoing dialogue between the city engineer, the planning staff, and our team to arrive at that, to allow that parking. As far as the offset nature of Steiner, typically rights-of-way, roadways will align with section lines, which typically align with property lines from old plats and old irrigated tracks. If the property to the north decide to develop and get access off of the extension of Steiner, widening that street to 32 feet and moving into their property somewhat is completely doable and would probably be recommended by the city. But as far as the street classification, we firmly believe that it is classified correctly, especially if it's going to be a permanent dead end. It's never going to continue to the east as designed, so therefore it will be maxed out as built. And if houses want to come online and redevelop to the north, widening it to the north is a simple enough process. So, yeah, as far as any ask to build it any wider than 28 feet, we believe that's incredibly onerous and would be inappropriate. As far as the driveway tract, that is a tract of land. We do have it in code. It's something that we worked out in a meeting with city staff, that driveway tract is allowed. It cannot serve more than five residences. I wanted to bring back up the preliminary plat so I could help offer a little clarification as to how that would go. Do you have access? All right, go. That's it. Okay, so just follow with me if you will. This lot right here will have frontage off of the cul-de-sac. We haven't figured out where the driveway is going to go on that yet, so we're kind of dealing with these two down here. I think through design, they'll probably have a shared apron off of that tract, so a paved section all the way to that property line is very, very unlikely. It's just a waste of asphalt, it's a waste of resources. It's going to come within this tract, and it's going to turn down to provide access to two homes down here. It will not continue to that property line. It's a tract that is reserved so that you can align that shared driveway per city code somewhere within that tract. Nobody in their right mind would just pave it all the way to that fence just because we have the tract there. So hopefully that offers some clarification, perhaps can assuage anyone's concerns that it's going to shove right up against a fence line there.
So basically, you were saying the road is going to kind of end before the end of your property.
Driveway.
The driveway.
It's
yeah,
driveway.
Yeah, not the road. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The driveway.
So,
Yeah.
You know, the house has a setback off of that
Sure.
side property line.
Right.
The driveway is probably going to be central to that structure.
Right. Okay.
So therefore, the driveway is probably going to be even further back. I
Back,
think you'd see
okay.
10 or 15 feet of no asphalt up there.
Okay.
So that's likely how that's going to build out.
Thank you.
And to point out that, you know, every single person in this area, in this R12 zoning designation, has these same property rights as Mr. Kaufman. And he's not asking for anything other than to develop the property that he purchased over 2 years ago within the letter of the code, within the letter of the law. That's what he is asking to do. We took a swing at attainable housing over 2 years ago through the PUD process with a density that would be equal to what would be allowed if this project were approved. We tried that. It never landed. I thought I did a good job of explaining the difference between the by right use that everybody in this neighborhood has the same versus trying to take a swing at something different. But as far as any attainable housing, that ship has kind of sailed at this point. He's 60,000 into design fees thus far, 60 grand with no approval as of yet. He did make an honest effort, and so I do feel slightly offended and annoyed that people would come up and say, well, if he's a man of his word, now he'll build attainable housing after we raked him over the coals for 2.5 years. I'm sorry if that comes off as condescending, but that truly is, there's just no chance at this point. He's in way too deep with fees. And so at this point, yeah, he wants to do what he's allowed to do within the underlying zoning code and try to make a modest profit on this. So with that, we do respectfully request approval as we feel that it has met all 4 standards of approval.
I got a quick question. Go ahead.
No, you go.
All right.
It's the same.
What was I going to say? As I brought up in the beginning of the meeting with Mike, it's an R12, in an R12 zone area. There's certain square footage of, you can build a house, so many square footage of land on each lot that you can do duplexes. And you're following that rule, what I understand in this particular application.
Absolutely, and with
Okay.
regard to I'm sorry, I skipped over this section, but there was an issue with that property line through
Well,
the
I'm
survey.
talking about what we have here and.
But we did address that. We gave back the 12.5 feet that our surveyor assumed it was a 50-foot right-of-way, that 25 got abandoned in each direction because a 25-foot right-of-way, very rare. He just kind of missed it. We have done that. We figured it out, and we have confirmed it by tracing the record of survey back to 17th, pulling our dimension back to the east. So our paper lots, we are extremely confident we've got those lines properly addressed. And when it comes time for a subdivision approval, as is the standard, we do have to go set new monuments and confirm all that. If there is a discrepancy with the gentleman's survey to the east and our surveyor, we will get that worked out. The 2 surveyors can get together and we'll figure it out. Each one of these lots is not 5,500 exactly, 7,000 exactly. Some of them are 7,400, some of them are 6,000. If we needed to adjust the property line to make sure that we were comporting with the 5,500 square foot minimum, that's absolutely doable. We don't think that we have to. We believe we have ironed out the survey issue.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Lynn.
You basically have 14 dwelling units of some type. They're either duplex or they're single-family dwelling. Each one of those has a garage with 1 or 2 spaces in it. You also have the driveway to pull up on. And then how many parking spaces do you have actually on the north side of that road?
It's roughly 400 feet. I don't think they will allow parking with about 30 feet of the stop
That's
sign.
20 cars, maybe not.
Yeah, but,
Barely.
so we're 400 divided by 21 for a parallel stall? Am I right there? Yeah,
Because
about
everyone
20.
seems very concerned about parking. And if this is self-contained parking for all these people, there should not be, overflow onto already crowded streets to the west. These should be self-contained unto their own build. Am I
They meet
correct?
the parking standards without the street parking.
Right.
Based on the,
We're not counting on that.
correct,
Okay.
based on the garage stall and the driveway queuing.
Okay. And so we have 14 units and we have 4 parking abilities to each and every, like a duplex has 2 and 2 usually on the driveway and then 2 within a garage, or is it 1 and 1?
Well, I mean, technically, he's not required to
Yeah.
build a garage, but who in their right mind would
In
build
Idaho?
new
Yeah.
without a garage?
Shaky.
And so the underlying design standards require a driveway stall be 20 feet from back of walk, so that by default creates a parking stall in front of the garage stall.
So you've more than adequately covered the parking requirements for this individual development.
Until we propose a housing design, but there is a 99.99% likelihood that all of these units will have a garage and a driveway stall, and therefore would meet the parking requirements without any additional street parking.
Another concern is fencing and lighting. We have a night sky lighting ordinance, correct? No, we have a narrow cutoff, right?
Correct,
I
yeah.
wish we had a night sky. Those bats might just be all over my pool. But that's a consideration for these people because they are wanting those animals in their backyard. They want to see the deer. They want to see the wildlife that they have there. And the more light we spread on it, the more they disappear. And so it's a consideration. I think that you owe them the consideration of a fence and sharp cutoff or narrow cutoff lighting. It can be done. Dark sky exists.
Yeah,
It's
our
all the
conditions
nation.
our conditions of approval talk about streetlights, so streetlights cost money. If we wanted small, lower along the sidewalk
cutoff.
candeliers, is that the proper term? Something,
Candlefoot.
there you
Yeah.
go.
And
You'd be willing to have that
fitting into the
conversation.
neighborhood, fitting into this neighborhood is really what they're asking. You know, don't rock the boat, don't make this an urban environment in the middle of what's a very natural wildlife setting and very organic, and they're just asking for respect. And I think that's reasonable. I don't think those are bad requests, not to have huge lamp posts outside their front door.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
okay.
think that's
Thank you.
reasonable.
On lampposts, Hillary, maybe you can answer. I can't see on the plan if there's lampposts anywhere, or are there requirements for
this point.
lampposts, or?
No, that's something Chris might actually be better at answering, but the city works with, I think there'd be probably a Vista in this situation for providing the streetlights, and they just kind of meet the spacing requirements, and they're, in the residential areas, it's 3,000 Kelvin, so it's not the bright lights you see on the
2,700
major
would be
streets and
better.
arterials. Yeah.
3,000 is bright.
And then they have the ability, if, after the fact, after they're installed, they can come in and put the shields to make sure it doesn't impose in people's
Okay.
yards and houses.
And as we talked about a little bit of the parking, if some of the lots changes and things like that, there's still a parking requirement that they have to
Yes,
go
that's
by.
correct. They have to meet all the parking requirements for single-family or duplex if they do that, and then the ADU has an additional off-street parking. All parking has to be met off, so
Right.
can't be on the street, so it's have to be on each of the properties.
Right, and that comes when you guys go through design review,
It's with building
you know,
permit.
planning and stuff.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
questions?
Anyone?
Go ahead,
Yeah, I
sorry.
just want to make a comment. You know, what makes this one as a application more difficult, to me anyway, there's no zoning involved. It is already zoned. All we're looking at is a plat, a subdivision of the property. From reading the staff report, which is very detailed, there is no deviation from the subdivision code whatsoever. We know it's zoned R12. That allows up to 12 units per acre, both single-family and duplex. The way the lots are laid out, they could all be single-family, or worst case, there could be, I guess, 4 single-family and 9 duplex lots. Since our last meeting, this plat has been revised. The street configuration, to me, is just much superior to what we had before. The alignment, everything, stop signs going in, really does help a lot, I think. In addition, when you read the staff report, fire department, water and sewer, snow removal, all the requirements determined by a city review are being met. I guess, to me, if there was a district boundary change, that we're rezoning to R12, whatever, we could question compatibility. Does it fit in here if all the other zoning was agricultural or something else? That's not the case. This is already zoned R12. Traffic is always an issue. I don't know it becomes onerous in this particular case, since we're paving streets, or the developer is paving 17th and his own streets. And lighting, lighting is important. I understand the concerns, but there are reduced overspill lighting standards could be used and so on to be installed. But I'd leave that to Mr. Bosley to resolve that one. I will say that the cul-de-sac is a benefit to the people, and that it precludes automatically extending that development to the east. If the street went through, then it is open for future development, and it may be yet. But I think keeping the cul-de-sac makes this development much more contained. And it comes right down to, at this point, whether I agree with everything or not. How do I deny this? It complies with all the requirements, and I don't see a legal basis to say, well, I don't like it. That's not a solution. So I can't object to this. I have to see it and support it.
Thank you. Any other comments before I let the applicant go? And I'm going to close public testimony. Thank you. Okay, at this point, I'm going to close public testimony on this public hearing, bring it to council for further, not council, but commission to further discussion. And then a motion. Go ahead, John.
I agree with everything that Commissioner Ward said, and I could. The basis of the question, I wanted to focus on the findings. They're different than when this was a PUD, but we've seen this project about 4 times now, and I just. As I summarize some of the comments in here tonight, a gal named Amber said, she said something to the effect that we're moving in the right direction. I think she said. Megan said it's better, not to say they didn't have some concerns. There's a gal named Jessica that wrote us some comments, and she said, this is my 3rd email addressing concerns on this subdivision. As long as he is asking for density that fits in the zoning, then we are obviously in agreement. Anything above that, we ask that you deny, and it's clearly within the density and at 9.5 versus 12 units per acre. And then Mike spoke here tonight, and he said, he's not necessarily carrying a signboard down the street, raving about this thing, but he I think acknowledged that your point, Phil, that at the end of the day, if you check the boxes of, the 4 findings, you have to follow the code, and the findings have been met. It's not a matter whether I love the project. It is better than other ones that I've seen, and there's no basis not to approve this.
Thanks, John. Other comments or a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Take a turn. Okay. This matter coming before the Planning Commission on July 9th, 2024, to consider S1-24, a request for approval of a preliminary formal plat for 9 lots and 1 tract subdivision known as Kaufman Estates. The applicant is Todd Kaufman, the engineer is Olson Engineering, and the location is the immediate east and southeast intersection of Steiner Avenue and 17th. We have a number of findings of fact. The Planning Zoning Commission finds that the following facts, A1 through 9, have been established on a more than probable than not basis, as shown and recorded before and on the testimony presented at the public hearing. These are the notice requirements. The public hearing notice has been published in the newspaper more than 15 days prior to the hearing. The hearing is posted on the premises no less than 1 week prior to the hearing, and so forth. I don't need to read all these, I don't think. But the proper noticing has happened. The Planning Commission opened the initial hearing on April 9th, and after some discussions with the city engineer, it was decided to continue the hearing to this date. The Planning and Zoning Commission continued its hearing on May 14th, and at the May 14th meeting, continued this item to the July 9th meeting, and public testimony was continued on today. The total area of the subject property is 2.3 acres and is zoned R12. The subject property is proposed to be developed as a residential neighborhood that will allow duplex and single-family housing types. The subject property is bound by single-family homes to the north, east, and south. To the west is 17th Street, and surrounding land uses include single-family duplexes and cluster housing. The city engineer has attested that the preliminary formal plat contains all of the elements required by municipal code. The applicant has not requested a deviation from the subdivision code. City departments have reviewed the preliminary formal plat from the potential impact on public facilities and utilities and provided an analysis and compliance with the code requirements related to sidewalks, streets, right-of-ways, easements, street lighting, fire protection, planting, drainage, pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and utilities. Staff from various departments have determined that conditions are required to bring the plat into full compliance with the code requirements, and these conditions are included, 1 through 20, I think. Yeah, conditions 1 through 20. The city engineer has vetted the preliminary plat for compliance with both subdivision design standards, chapter 16.15, and improvement standards, chapter 16.40. The city engineer has reviewed the applicant's analysis regarding the meeting subdivision standards and concurs with the findings. The city staff has confirmed that the proposed subdivision meets all subdivision design standards for the R12 zoning district. The gross area of subdivision property is 2.3 acres. Approximately 0.84 acres will be dedicated to public streets, leaving 1.46 acres for development. All proposed lots meet the minimum frontage requirements of each lot and minimum lot area requirements in the R12 zoning district. The proposed project will have an overall density of 9.5 units per acre and is under the density allowed at the R12 zoning district. The city staff has proposed 20 conditions for the preliminary plat to ensure compliance with city code performance standards. The conclusions of law. Based on the foregoing findings of fact, the Planning and Zoning Commission makes the following conclusions of law. All of the general preliminary formal plat requirements have been met as determined by the city engineer. This is based on the determination of the city engineer that all requirements in Municipal Code 16.20.030 have been satisfied. B2, that was B1, sorry. B2, the provision for sidewalks, streets, alleys, rights-of-ways, and easements, and street lighting, fire protection, planting, drainage, pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and utilities are adequate. B3, that the proposed preliminary plat does comply with all of the subdivision design standards contained in chapter 16.15 and all of the subdivision improvement standards contained in chapter 16.40. The lots proposed in the preliminary plat do meet the requirements of the applicable zoning district. The Planning and Zoning Commission, pursuant to the foregoing findings of fact and conclusions of law, has determined that the proposed preliminary plat does comply with the required evaluation criteria, and the plat is approved with conditions number 1 through 20. Do I need to read?
No, you don't have to read those.
Okay. I motion that we approve.
Your motion, thank you.
That's my motion.
I have a motion by McCracken.
Second the motion.
I have a second by Commissioner Ward. May I have roll call, please?
Ingalls,
Yes.
Lutrip,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Fleming,
Yes.
McCracken,
Yes.
Messina.
Yes. Okay. Finally, item S1-24 passes. Okay. Moving on to our next hearing. Applicant is Thomas Hungerford, neighborhood sponsor. Location is Nettleton Gulch Road and 17th Street. A request for a special use permit for single-family detached only, allowing 4 ADUs in an R12 zoning district. And Sean, you're back to give us a presentation.
All right, thank you, Planning Commission members. So tonight, before you, as Mr. Messina has alluded to, there is a request for a special use permit on 16.5 acres east of 17th, west of 19th, south of Satry Avenue, and north of Haycraft Avenue. The applicant or the neighborhood sponsor is Thomas Hungerford, who resides at 1717 East Nettleton Gulch Road, and all the public hearing notice requirements have been met for this item. If you remember, on May 14th, 2024, Planning Commission heard this request at their regularly scheduled meeting, and during that hearing, it was discovered that the public hearing noticing requirements had not been met. So no decision was made at that time. The hearing was rescheduled for tonight after following a complete renotice. Also, there was a bit of confusion on whether or not ADUs were part of the request. That has been clarified for tonight's hearing item, that ADUs would be allowed if approved. So the property is zoned R12, and as mentioned, ADUs are part of the request. So as last time, the prior requests of a similar nature, there's been 2 special use permits that have been approved for this type of special use permit, as Pine Grove Park in 1994 and Fort Grounds in 2013, end of 2013, actually approved in 2014 after being appealed. The reason for the application tonight is that the applicant's written narrative includes a description for justification that the special use permit would preserve the existing neighborhood identity, ensure a high quality of life for residents, and provide for safe and efficient motorized bicycle and quality of life for the residents in the neighborhood. Single family only designation allows for property owners to subdivide existing lots and to create additional single family housing units or ADUs, but prevents building densities that are incompatible with the existing character of the neighborhood, capacity of the roadways, and the high use patterns of the Canfield Mountain Trail system. So here's an aerial view of that request. This is the 16.5 acres. It's denoted by the white dashed line. The red area, this area should look fairly familiar. This is the county property. This is the property, the subject property that we just heard about, and the bounding streets that I had just described. So before we move on, it's probably important to define, at least through what code says, what a single-family home is. As far as detached housing goes, is one dwelling unit occupied by a family as defined in the title, including manufactured structures and designated manufactured home as defined in this chapter. In an R12, you could build a designated manufactured home, but it has to be on a permanent foundation. There's some requirements there, so even though that language says that, they couldn't just bring in a mobile home and drop it on the lot. So specifically to the R12 requirement and this request is that through this special use permit request, there's 3 hurdles that must be met. It has to be brought forward by a neighborhood sponsor, but 66% of the people who own at least 66% of the property involved must be party to the request, and the area must be at least 1.5 acres. So these are the 3 hurdles. As you can see here, there's a total of 37 ownership parcels, which measure a little over 16.5 acres. 28 of those have signed on as party to the request, which is 75.68% of the owners, and then the total amount of property that represents out of the 16 acres, which is 11.1379 acres for 67.5%. So it does meet that level. So here is diving deeper into that request. Here is a map that shows the extent of the request, as well as the areas in this kind of lighter red color that did not sign on, and then where the existing duplexes are inside the subject properties. So there are 3 findings that must be made for any special use permit request. That is the proposal in or is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan, which is the first one. The subject property is within the city limits. That land use designation is compact neighborhood place type. So zooming in a bit, this is where the property is located. You can see compact neighborhood is currently along the 19th Street here, where that was vacated at some point in the past. And then to the east is a single-family neighborhood. So they are sharing that edge along this area of single-family. The kind of turquoise color is a planned unit development to the south. So this is a description of what a compact neighborhood is and what the compatible zones are for that place type. As you can see down, those compatible zones are R12, R17, MH8, neighborhood commercial, and community commercial. Also, the comprehensive plan has a transportation element for bicycle, walking, and transit. You can see here we're out on the eastern edge, but there is some pretty good connectivity out there. There is not sidewalks in a lot of these neighborhoods, but the trail system is somewhat adequate to get at least out to Canfield. So as far as those policies go, the policies are divided into distinct areas. This is community and identity policies and what the goals and objectives are for each one of those. I always like to mention this, that the citizens are well-informed, responsive, and involved in community discussions. As you can see tonight, there's lots of people here, so it's always good to have the public involved in these types of requests. So under growth and development, which is largely what we're looking at tonight, develop a mix of land uses throughout the city that balance housing and employment while preserving the qualities that make Coeur d'Alene a great place to live. We've heard a lot of discussion on that tonight. Achieve a balance of housing product types and price points, including affordable housing to meet city needs, and recognize neighborhood and district identities. So finding B2 is the design and planning of the site is or is not compatible with the location, setting, and existing uses on adjacent properties. So you can see the property is zoned R12 to the south as a PUD, as I described, R3 to the northeast. And once you get down past over here and on 15th Street, you start seeing more commercial uses as you move east and south towards the freeway. Land use. So this one's a little bit more of a mixed bag. The yellow properties here are single family attached or detached. The kind of lighter brown color is manufactured, as well as the darker color, which are the duplexes that are located in the subject property as well as adjacent to the subject property. So as part of this finding B2, I went out and took some pictures. I tried to move from the southwest corner to the north around the subject property from each intersection looking into that subject property so that you could see what exists now. So on Haycraft Avenue, as you can see, that is a dead-end street as denoted by the sign here. There is some parking at the end of that and on-street parking as well. And then looking north at the Haycraft and 17th Street, what that looks like currently. Starting to move around clockwise, intersection of East Gilbert and North 17th Street, and looking Sater and North 17th Street terminus, looking south, and then this is that arrow where the gate is. All right, moving, and then actually not even really moving, but turning down and then looking east, down Sater, and the subject properties are on the right side. On the opposite side, that's the outside of the request. And then East Sater and 19th Street, so now we've moved down to basically two blocks, even though there's not an 18th Street, and facing west. It was interesting when I was in this area, speaking of, the neighborhood and how much they get along and know each other. I was surprised there was a lady that lives in a duplex, which is sometimes, considered more transient type of housing, but she was happy to ask me what I was doing and taking pictures out in the neighborhood, which I thought was great. So spent a couple minutes talking to her. All right, so now on 19th Street, and odd finding names are available, and there is one condition, which was to allow any single-family dwelling to also be able to have an ADU, subject to code in the subject area. So as a condition of approval, the Planning Commission can establish reasonable requirements. If you decide to do that beyond the one that staff has recommended, please be specific if there are additional conditions to be added. So with that, brings the end of my staff report. Planning Commission must make findings to approve with conditions, deny, or deny without prejudice. And with that, ends my staff report and presentation, and those are the three findings there, as well as a picture of the subject area. I'll stand for questions.
Can I ask a clarifying question on the hurdle rates? Can you go back to that slide?
Absolutely. Give me a second here. That was towards the beginning, so.
So in light of our, a few minutes ago approval, I was trying to see, if you take those numbers and add them in. I don't know the order, like if this is at time of application or not, but.
It is at the time of application.
At time of application, okay, because I think the 66% hurdle for property, if you take out the public right-of-way of the new approval, you're at 71%, so that one improves, but the ownership parcel goes down to 62.2%, so they kind of flip-flop on the bottom two. So I guess I was curious if it was at time of application, or how would it affect the development of those 9 lots that we just approved?
Okay, so those haven't been recorded yet, and so until that final plat is recorded, those lots do not exist.
They do not exist.
They do not exist until and that's a preliminary plat, and there were some questions about how that process works, and so a preliminary plat is when they bring forward what Planning Commission has approved, and staff takes a look at it and double checks everything to make sure that the frontage is there and the lot sizes are there and that they're meeting all the code items. So we call that red line because sometimes things, as Mr. Chizzulli had mentioned, do need to shift slightly to meet those requirements. If staff considers that to be a major departure from your approval, we would have them come back through Planning Commission for either an interpretation or a review of that.
Yeah, because this one's, the timing is interesting. If you take, an extra eight lots to 45 and you subtract the 0.84 acres that would be road, the first hurdle would be 62.2% and the second one would be 71. We're kind of right on the cusp of those. And then, so if this is approved today, I'm just gonna ask the elephant in the room, I guess, because I'm sure everybody's curious. If this is approved today, when does this go into effect? Immediately?
Well, there is an appeal period, and so there's, I believe that's 15 days, calendar days, from approval or denial to be able to appeal to council.
Okay, but otherwise it would go into effect after that 15-day period?
Correct.
Okay. And so then the 9 lots would be to this standard? If built, because they're not going to build in the next 15 days.
Correct, yeah, they need, it's at the time of building permit that they are actually getting the right to build whatever they would like to build on that property, subject to the code and the rules and special use permits at that time.
Yeah.
And so what the Planning Commission has approved tonight for the previous item is 9 lots, as you've heard from both Hillary and legal Randy. So you've approved those lots. If this is approved tonight and it's not appealed and it goes into effect by the time that the previous applicant gets to the point of building, they would be limited to single family only with an ADU.
Okay, thank you.
Say again, they would be limited to?
Single-family dwelling with an ADU.
So it's a matter of timing.
Correct.
So if we do pass this tonight, this could negate the item that we just approved.
It doesn't negate it, it changes the product type. It doesn't take away the ability for them to construct or build units, and the units would still equal the same number. There would just be a shift from duplex to single family with an ADU.
But also the lot sizes would have to change, or they would put more, they would be able to put more housing. If this goes into effect, let's say, wouldn't they be able to have more lots for single-family homes, given the square footage of each property and the whole total area of the property?
Potentially, but they would have to come back to Planning Commission for that request, because Planning Commission just approved 9 lots.
That's what go ahead, John, if you've got some, because I've got a question for
Confusing.
legal. All right, given what we just approved, given what I just heard from Sean, given what Commissioner McCracken said, let's say if this gets approved, even though the people in the pink said they don't want part of this, they are going to be bound by our decision for everything to be single-family homes, whether they're there now or something built in the future. They're all going to have to be single-family homes.
Single-family detached, correct, if approved.
Well, the houses, the duplexes that exist won't have to go away.
Right.
Right, existing stays.
Yeah,
Unless they
yeah,
burn
those are
down.
grandfathered.
But if they were to take,
Burn
yeah,
down, tear down, destroy,
they could only rebuild.
only put back a single-family dwelling.
Right,
Right.
so if a tree fell on one and they had to rebuild the house, they would need to rebuild as a single family.
And the Fort
There
Grounds
are
knows-
rules regarding
Right.
non-conforming legal uses, and simple damage to a house doesn't necessarily mean that they have to rebuild only a single family. If it's only damage to a certain degree, it could be rebuilt as is.
That's
Okay.
50%.
And then also, depending on how this goes, and what the prior applicant, who we just approved his application, wants to do, there's an appeal process that can go forward on either side
Correct.
to city council. And then it'll be another public hearing and such. And if it goes into the appeal process, none of this goes into effect until city council makes a decision on that appeal.
Correct.
Am I kind of on the right track?
And
Yes?
we've only done this special use permit twice before in our
Correct.
city, one of which is the Fort Grounds. And that was primarily driven by historic preservation. And I've heard a lot of people regret that, because now they can't subdivide that big lot, so they're stuck. And I've heard it from architects and a bunch of other people, so you gotta know what you're buying into here, because you are restricting that larger lot to subdivide, and it only can be single-family dwelling. It has to meet frontages, it has to do all that, so you're kind of locking yourselves into a box.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, I just think what I heard was that you would lock yourself in. So any property that was still large enough for subdivision, either through a short plat, which is 4 or less, or more than that, which is a long plat, like the preliminary plat you just heard, would not limit the ability for that request. They could still subdivide as long as they meet the minimum standard of R12, but they would be limited in their product type
Right.
to single-family detached with an ADU.
Right.
Would a PUD application be allowed?
Yes, it would.
And
But
One
only
more thing,
single-family
given-
detached
Only
homes.
single-
Right,
So it
but,
doesn't really.
but it would be allowed.
ADU.
Yeah.
given what Sarah said about the percentages, if the lot that the piece of property that we approved prior to this hearing, those were 9 lots, would the percentages would not be enough? And if those 9 lots didn't want to be part of this, would that throw off the percentages where they wouldn't have enough of signatures to bring this forward as a percentage? What's that percentage point? Because I think that's where you were
66.
going
Well,
on.
Yeah, if they were to, if the subdivision, once it's platted, if they were to apply after that is platted, they
Right.
do not meet the hurdle rate.
Okay, so, okay.
Because there'd be additional owners
So
in
it
there.
depends, so it's,
Speed bump.
and and Sean clarified that the hurdle rate is as of the time of application.
Right,
So the timing is very
Yeah.
particular on this one. so.
yeah. Go,
Thanks,
Peter, you had.
Peter.
Chairman,
then-
two items. One is on Fort Grounds. I've heard many people talk otherwise that they were very happy about that too. So, but more specifically, if I understand this correctly, if we approve this tonight, then the prior one we did on Kaufman will be changed.
No,
No.
They can go through with it exactly as it's framed.
they will have 9 lots. What they can build on them
Maybe.
will be different.
Would be
Okay, so-
single-family homes.
So it just seems to me, how can I say this? Is there a way that we can have, if we approve this, keep the prior one in place so they could build as they wanted to?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, no. If you approve the special use permit, when Kaufman Estates comes in for building permits, they will only be allowed to build single-family dwellings.
No duplex.
We can't add a condition that says something
Cannot.
says something to the effect that, Kaufman lots
Exempt
that are
from-
large enough to accommodate duplexes.
No, the special use permit under the language of the code is for this area. You can't as a planning commission, cut out a portion of the proposed special use area.
No exception.
Well,
And just as a reminder, each one of these lots in this request is large enough to potentially house a duplex
Absolutely.
today.
Absolutely.
I,
So if someone wanted to go and build a duplex on one of these lots, they can.
Currently.
If they wanted to tear down an existing home and put in how many duplexes they could put on their piece of property, they could do that right now, by right. Because
They
they're
could
all,
put a single duplex on any one of the existing parcels. There is a limitation in R12 of a maximum of 2 units per parcel, which is why the requests, you see requests for subdivision to get over that hurdle, to be able to build multiple duplexes on an each individual lot basis.
okay.
I think
Go.
the other tricky piece about our timing, I mean, just
Yeah.
that I struggle with is like on April 9th, we heard the one and tabled it for clarification on a road, and then in May, we heard the other and tabled it.
It-
I mean,
because,
so they're all kind of jumbled together on the timing from when they started to when they're ending too. So it's very tricky.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, just a.
Yes.
a
Go ahead.
observation on my part, just my part. I believe in local government. I believe we're good, we hear testimony and so forth. And we take action as we see it fit, given the circumstances and so forth. Now, speaking this one specifically, it gives me great discomfort to think that we can go through 3 years, 2 years, however many years we have, it's a very arduous process, and approve something, and then for another reason, the same night, approve something else that may negate the first one. And that just doesn't pass the smell test to me. It's not, we didn't do it purposely. We certainly didn't do it purposely, but it changes my view of this transaction 180 degrees. And if that's the situation, I'm sorry that we can't take some type of action if we approve this, that does not include the Kaufman property. And if we can't do that, it's just terrible.
Just so you're aware,
Perspective.
Commissioner Lutrick, we did have conversations on both sides of the aisle in this case, and did let both Kaufman as well as the neighborhood sponsor, Tom, know that if it was approved, that this is potentially what could happen. So it would be, there was an opportunity, I guess, for their request to come forward with smaller, single-family lots if they wanted.
And I'm sure they might come here, make that presentation, I don't know, but it just does not feel right. Secondly, while we're at this, last time we were talking about this, proper owner came up and said there's something about a takings, that if this was passed, if we did this, we'd have to go through some takings process, or what was that about?
No, a takings analysis can be requested if a special use permit is denied or approved with conditions unacceptable to the applicant. Similar to the subdivision, if a subdivision is denied, the applicant can request a takings analysis, which is simply the city's opinion as to whether a constitutional taking has occurred, requiring just compensation. But that still would have to go through the legal process if someone desired.
I'm certainly not an attorney, but it certainly seems to me to be takings on his face, how I understand this transaction. Thank you very much.
Oh, go ahead, John.
Thank you. Sean, I'm going back to the comp plan element facts that you have there, and you talked about this is a compact neighborhood.
Correct.
Designation. Appropriate zoning would be R12 or R15. We have other R12 in the city, do we not?
Yes.
All
In
over?
fact, the majority of the residentially zoned properties in the city of Coeur d'Alene are R12.
So, yeah. So the comp plan says R12 is the appropriate zoning, correct?
It gives an array of zones, but
R12 is one
part
of one
Correct.
appropriate zone, and R12 has built into it, if you will. If you look at the definition of R12 and what's allowable, a duplex is allowable, correct?
Correct.
Here as well as the other 12 places in town that we have R12, correct?
Correct.
The other question is, if I'm reading your graphic right there over your shoulder, no one that has an existing dwelling voted for this.
As an existing duplex, correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions of Sean? Go ahead. Yeah, Phil, sorry.
Sean, thank you. I really have two questions. One's a little convoluted, but let me give it a shot, okay? Sat in a lot of zoning hearings in my life, both on this side and that side of the counter. And I kind of feel like we're in the middle of creating a hell of a lot of lawsuits right here. And not just between Kaufman and the people here. We have, 37 people who are basically, if this is approved, assume zoning control over 16 acres of land. Now, I never be it 5 years now, 10 years, as the community's changing, people want to sell these parcels, whether it's the people sitting here or their heirs or whatever. They are bound by a single-family home, period. There's no way they can then come in and file for a modification. They have to simply build a single-family home or go back and get 66% to agree to change the whole thing again. Is that correct?
Correct.
So basically, what you get is what you're keeping here tonight, except for maybe Mr. Kaufman. But that aside, that's a concern to me. It really truly, it should be a concern for all of the people sitting here as well. The next thing is, you refer to a short plat. Now, there are 37 parcels or more here that could be acted on, if approved for single-family home, individually. What would be involved in a short plat for a parcel in the middle of this whole 16 acres? What kind of review do they get?
It's an administrative process. It's done in-house. Dennis Granton Engineering reviews that for the city. He acts as the hearing examiner. So what he does is accepts the application. There isn't still a notice. It's less than the 300-foot length that we have for a full-blown hearing like tonight. But he does request feedback from the neighbors that are within, and I don't want to give a wrong number, but it's around 100 feet. And then he approaches at our regular DRT, he approaches each of the departments for feedback. Hey, what is okay with this, what is not okay with this, and then puts together his analysis and either approves it or denies it.
Now, on the plat that we just reviewed, which is a standard plat, it was reviewed by fire, police, roads, water, sewer, all the different utilities. And you, from that plat, the city, whatever jurisdiction, can look at acquiring the public facilities, whether it's roadways or whatever, dedications, that are part of that platting process, which is the process that it serves. But is that now being short-circuited? We could have a situation with a number of single-family homes, but not a whole lot of connectivity for roadways or even utilities. And that may be more than you can answer right now, but I mean, that also is a concern I have. Are we ensuring the quality, if you will, of the development as it goes forward to provide public services to it?
Yes, I guess I'd answer that as, 6 of one, half dozen of another. It depends, largely the street system has been designed and built upon in here. There are some areas where things have been vacated, there's not full street widths, there's dead ends, there's, so there's some things where, it didn't go perfectly to plan, and over the years it has changed. And so I don't foresee an 18th Street ever being built in here. I've been proven wrong before. I don't have that crystal ball or the 8 ball to shake up and say, hey, here's what's going to happen in the future. But it's.
Thank you, Sean. I always appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, Sean, thank you, appreciate it.
You're welcome. I'm here for any additional questions.
Yep. Okay. Tom, come on up. Oh, and let me do another swearing in of everyone that wants to speak on this matter, please. Just say I do after I get done reading this statement. Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you.
Good evening again.
First off, I want to thank Mr. Holmes for doing an amazing job on this presentation and everything. I do want to start out to address what your concerns were, directly how this timed out to be the same meeting at the same time. That was never the intention of this to begin with. Yes, because Mr. Kaufman put his proposal into the city. Originally, it was in January. We had, at that point, because we had been in this situation where this was something that was trying to happen in our neighborhood, we wanted to figure out a way that we could protect our neighborhood from this happening outside of this. So we started this process in February and submitted our application at the end of February. Unfortunately, because of the problem that the computer system had with the seating and everything, it changed timing of things. And it kept changing. And then his got moved because his proposal that he brought needed to be adjusted. So he would have always been in front of us on this, and that was always the intention. So I just want you to know, I understand your concerns with the timing of this and how this is and everything. But because of what we saw tonight and everything, this neighborhood, and with listening to the people and the neighbors, you can get a sense of what this neighborhood is and who we are and what we're about. This is an incredible neighborhood. We spent a lot of time talking to people, getting to know people, really getting to know my neighbors. And there's people that have lived in this neighborhood for years. I know residents that have been here for 60 years. There's people that have been here for 40 years. And it's an incredible neighborhood. It's respectful. It represents an old part of Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene didn't everywhere have HOAs, rules. We don't have HOAs. We don't have rules. We have common respect for each other. We know our neighbors. We visit with our neighbors. We did this as an intention to try to protect what we have, because of those large lots, they are desirable lots for developers. And it is clear by his own intention of what he said in his previous proposal, he wants to move into the neighborhood. This was a way that we saw, because I spent a lot of time talking to people and finding out, how do we protect ourselves? We've tried to We've really tried to go about this in the best possible way that we can, is how do we do this? This was what we saw was the best option to do it. That what happened with him, we viewed was going to be something different, but it was to protect what was on the outside. And that's what the whole intention of this was. We understand that growth is happening, that things are going to change. But as a neighborhood, I mean, we want to be part of the design and planning of that. We want to be involved, and it's clear that this is the fifth meeting, the fourth meeting now, and how many people have showed up. And we've always been respectful. We've always been professional. This neighborhood is very special, and this was our way to try to help preserve and protect it. You know, Sean covered all the technical aspects of this and everything. And I'm not going to go into all of that because there's no sense in repeating the things that he has said. There's no way in the world I could possibly say it any better than he did. But anyway, that's really, I guess, at this point that I can say. I mean, that we care about this neighborhood, and this means a lot to us. And it's really just incredibly unfortunate of the timing of how these wound up in the same meeting, because that is not what we wanted. We want to try to protect our neighborhood. So,
Could your neighborhood still be protected if this property was excluded?
I believe yes, because what we're trying to do is developers are after high density, and I hate to use that word because that word is used so much, and I know everybody's getting tired of having that. How to keep it single-family homes? We don't have an issue with duplexes. Just like Sean said, talking to one of the people that live in the duplexes. There's some of those people that have lived in those duplexes for years. They're wonderful people. Absolutely. I mean, everybody in this neighborhood is wonderful, and we hope Mr. Kaufman's neighborhood brings that too, you know? But we're trying to limit the growth. This helps protect. I mean, so that's, I just can't think of anything else that I can really add at this point, other than the only thing I just noticed. This area, we look at just this 37, and it's not just about this 37. It's about everything that happens here. It affects everybody down the line. We've been in contact with people all the way down to Nettleton Gulch. We've been in contact with the Best Hills neighborhood. It's not just us 37 and the people that are around it that are supporting this. It's people all the way down to Nettleton Gulch. There's, between Nettleton Gulch and Best Hills, there's 350 homes between all of us. And we're all concerned about what's going to happen, because this is like a domino. If you start that one domino, then it's a wave. So, if there are any questions, you can ask me. I know this neighborhood well, and I know most of the people really well too.
I think we all know a lot of you by name almost by now.
Yeah,
but
that's
I
true.
appreciate all the energy you guys have had to come and talk to us. I just wanted, maybe one question I have is, and you can just remind me because you might have talked about it in a previous meeting. The rectangle, how did you come up with those boundaries?
That was simple, and I've got it right here. It was natural boundaries bordered by city streets. The city likes nice uniform shapes, and that made sense. It was all, other than there's 4 duplexes in that, and even though the duplexes did not sign on, I spoke with each one of those duplex owners. I personally talked to them, except for one. This gentleman that lives, there's one that's on in Gilbert, and he lives in California, so I sent him a letter. I talked to every single person that was part of this. And I do apologize because I kind of went a different direction here than I thought I was going to, but Shannon, neighbor Shannon Sardell is going to speak as well and present some of the information as well. So I'd like to ask her to come up now if I could.
I think first, Tom should answer any questions you had for Tom.
She's down here somewhere. Yeah,
You're supposed to stand up.
Yeah.
I think that's her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seidel. You're looking for Sidell.
Would you like to have Shannon talk about her stuff first and have me come back up?
It's here. She'll have to sign.
Did you sign on the sheet?
You didn't sign on this one. on
I
this.
signed on both sheets, and I think on that one I said presenting, so that I wasn't necessarily commenting or asked to come up and comment or public.
No, I don't see it.
No?
Oh, we'll sign it. We'll.
All right, we'll
yeah.
get you to sign.
We'll add it to the end.
All right. Go ahead.
I need to count the number of slides here because I have on my notes that I'm slide four, on the fourth slide I'm supposed to start. I think you have a number of really good questions. This one is not part of my slide, but Mr. Hungerford and I did talk about this together as what tools we could use as a neighborhood to protect what we find to be really special. We do really think that we still have the ability with some of these larger properties to subdivide them into additional living units, single-family homes with ADUs. It still does provide density ADUs. ADUs are fantastic resources. They provide a variety of different housing types within the same neighborhood. They also can be used by young people looking to build credit or to build and save money, and they're not in a big planned development. They're still part of the varied nature of our community, our neighborhood. It also provides avenues as rentals for people who live in their in their primary houses. These secondary units could be rented. So actually, in fact, Mr. Kaufman could develop a bunch of single-family homes with ADUs on the back and rent them out, and he'd have 2 rental properties per 9. So he'd have actually 18 rental units on that plat that you just approved. So though it may not be a duplex, the ability to have ADUs and to allow for additional dwelling units, I think diversifies the neighborhood far better because you still have property owners mixed with young people or old people or maturing people, because I'm becoming part of that crowd, that don't necessarily want to have big homes anymore, but maybe want their independence in some way. A lot of these properties would allow for that sort of off-street parking in the same way, following the same rules that anyone else would need to for new development of any sort. So when I talked to Mr. Hungerford about putting this together, 2 of my concerns as a property owner is, can they still subdivide to the smallest lot size possible, which is 5,500 square feet or whatever it is. And having that ability, I think, is super important for property rights. And then also having the ability to put secondary units on those properties, I still think is very appropriate. It's been used all across the 20th century. And now I'm completely off script, so I can't really tell you all of the different facts, but I'll try to. I as a designer, I like them because they are smaller square footage. They provide different types of housing in the same area. Our neighborhood is comprised of and try to be well-informed, responsive, and involve citizens in our local community. We are both age and socioeconomically diverse as families with young children in the public school system, and retired, all the way through retired folks, some of them retired firefighters from Forest Service, some of them from our school district. We are truck drivers, professionals, nurses, contractors, and public servants. Most of us, in fact, almost all of us, live in this neighborhood year-round. We contribute both in all of the different functions that the city has around us. We are renters, we are owners, and some of our houses are already multi-generational families living together in a neighborhood that is at the edge of the city and acts as an edge that acts as a popular and well-used gateway to city-adjacent outdoor recreation opportunities on public lands, mainly Canfield Mountain. So we are an edge condition in some ways, and this slide here is kind of that area of effect where we do get a lot of traffic that is through traffic that goes directly to Canfield Mountain. Let's see if I can get another slide if I'm in the right place. So I just talked about transition. I just talked about ADUs. They are typically smaller in size and square footage. We do support them. This was part of the original conversation, and I do trust that Mr. Hungerford, when he talked to all of the neighbors that he said he did talk to, that he actually brought up the ADU component of it. I can't verify in any way. I did not go on any of those meetings with him, but he's been a man. We have gone through this with him many different ways and made sure to discuss these issues as a neighborhood. The best Nettleton Gulch neighborhood was developed in the 1950s and 1960s as a suburban and an almost rural community at the east edge of Coeur d'Alene. Its roads do not conform to 2024 design standards, and the landscaping is mature. It is an area known for its connected views to the surrounding hills and mountains, as well as its open spaces that foster a variety of sustainable uses like gardening. I think I'm on the right track. I'm going to go one more here. Our request for this overlay is compatible with the surrounding location, setting, and other existing uses. On this slide, I have simply used two maps from the staff report to illustrate that our neighborhood sits at the east edge of Coeur d'Alene with property zoned R3, R8, and county along that side. To the south, there is an R8 PUD with single-family homes. And to the north and west, we do have the R12 zone question. These maps show that the overlay request to maintain single-family ADU development is compatible with the surrounding locations, especially in the east and south. Areas that look to our neighborhood as a soft transition between what is urban to the west and more rural to the east. So we really sit in between these lines. Further, the map on the right clearly shows that the proposed overlay is currently single-family homes surrounded by similar housing types, some regulated with PUD and others that are not. Finally, in this slide, I'm addressing some of the existing conditions and services. I again used two maps from the city staff report to illustrate that limiting future construction to single-family detached residential homes and accessory uses supports the existing and planned bicycle and walking networks in the comprehensive plan and will not put any more stress on the current or planned streets or standards for city services. Nettleton Gulch Road is a, quote, shared roadway within the bicycle network, despite its current heavy use by cars, trucks, trailers, and service vehicles. Other roadways within this neighborhood do not meet those standards for road conditions on width, and there are a few sidewalks. Nevertheless, there is a significant amount of internal and through traffic by bicycle, foot, and vehicle. Our overlay proposal will allow for modest population increases, but will not create tourist information, outdoor guides, and in-searchable trail applications used by outdoor enthusiasts, including Trail Forks, Gaia GPS, and All Trails. We feel that the special use permit will preserve the existing neighborhood identity, ensure a high quality of life for its residents, and provide for safe, efficient, motorized, bicycle, and pedestrian public access to Canfield Mountain area. It will preserve this area as a transitional space between the rural, undeveloped recreational land beyond the boundaries of Coeur d'Alene that are one or two properties down from me, and to the more densely populated, amenity-rich urban fabric of downtown Coeur d'Alene. With this special use permit overlay, the transitional space will support the continued growth within the neighborhood in tandem with all forms of recreation that the area has to offer. So that's what I've got.
Thank you. Hillary, I've got a question, or maybe Sean. On these properties, if these are all designated single families with ADU units available, can each one of these parcels, as they are now, put an ADU unit on there?
Only the single families. You can't add the ADUs if it's a duplex lot. Right.
All right, so you have,
Code allows by right, if you have one single-family home on a lot, you can add an accessory dwelling unit.
so potentially, they can build, if I'm counting these lots, let's say they can build 30 ADU units on
At
every,
least.
yeah.
At least,
So-
because 5,500 square foot
Right,
lots. These
so-
are, these are more than 5,500.
Right, so they can build at least one ADU unit on each one of these lots that they want to designate of the people who want to be part of this on their lots. Am I correct?
Potential is there. There's 4 duplexes, 34 total.
Right, there's some
Properties
duplexes
right
that you
now.
can't, but all the single-family homes that are there now could, if this went forward, could do units.
Yes, and that's the condition also that staff had.
And that would mean, let's say, 30 of these. So my question to Tom, thanks, Sean.
Yep.
At least.
Given the fact that you're giving rights to everyone that wants to do this, as single families, to build another, unit on their property. And what we've heard before on this other hearing we had from the neighbors in this neighborhood, that they were concerned about traffic and more people and stuff. Explain to me how, if this gets approved, if everyone, and I'm not saying they will, but could, put new units in, how would the neighborhood feel, and how would the character of the neighborhood be with traffic and congestion at corners and things like that?
I guess the best way that I could address that is when I was talking to people and I took a copy of the code and what was allowed in code and stuff like that, and I was asked by several people, so can you still do ADUs? Now, that was a big touch point with some people. They wanted to be able to have that because there are legitimately people that want to use it for what it's intended for, as a mother-in-law suite or whatever. They have an elderly mom, they want to build something so they
Or
can have.
short-term rental?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Now, for whatever reason that somebody would do that, I know that that was something that the people that I talked to that asked that question, they wanted to know if they could still do that. Now, the difference between that and a developer coming in and buying those larger lots and then turning that into, because there's some of those lots that they're big enough right now the way they stand that you could put 5 or 6 duplexes in one of those single lots, especially now that there's been a road that's been approved. So if one person has that piece of property and they want to put in one ADU, you're only talking about an increase of 1 unit. But if you have an acre of property and can fit in 5 or 6 duplexes in there, you just increase that to 10 to 12 units. So there's a big difference between what you can and can't do.
Let me ask Hillary this. If this was designated single family only, and someone wanted to come in and said, hey, I want to build some duplexes on here now, would they have to come with a special use permit or another application? How would that be allowed or not be allowed, or would it come before us again?
So I think that was Commissioner Ward brought that up before. So to undo it, you have to go through the same process. You have to get the same 66%.
They can.
Right.
They want to go
It makes
through
it
the
very
process.
challenging to go back and undo it. So you're
Right.
pretty much stuck.
But one individual owner could come forward and say, or it would have to be everybody again.
You have to get everybody, you have to do the same boundaries. You can't just take out one parcel in the middle and
Couldn't have
say we
one
want to
parcel.
exclude ourselves.
Okay, all right, sorry, go ahead.
I think,
I'm trying to
can I
clarify
also
everything in my head here.
address, it is a very fine and delicate and strange balance, and you're absolutely right that sometimes you look at things and you look at numbers and you look at the type of units and how many and how much. What I think the goal is to preserve these sort of street frontages, and in a way, it's modern historic preservation of the existing houses that are on the street frontages. ADUs tend to go behind those original housing units, so your street frontage may still have those single-family housing unit on the street front, and so you're not changing the character of the neighborhood as much per se as when you just bulldoze and rebuild 6 modern duplex units. So the idea is that people would like certain aspects of the neighborhood to remain the same. one of those ways of doing it is to do ADUs at the back of the house or off the front of the house to preserve that sort of look and feel and approachable nature that the neighborhood has at this point in time. I also think that when we look at ADUs, we are looking, usually you're right, as rental units. It could be short-term, we have to take that risk because we have that risk everywhere else here in Coeur d'Alene. I totally understand it. There are pros and cons. It's not, the topic of tonight's meeting. I think the topic is that ADUs can provide modest, living spaces to help with economic upward mobility for young people in particular. It's been shown in studies. It also is a wonderful way to house an aging parent that still wants independent. And then there's every single possibility in between. But we have to allow for it in order to have those opportunities. And so some of that is when you have those sorts of support structures, you're actually keeping families intact and in the neighborhood longer with eyes on the street, making it safer, making it more approachable, making it more, mobile or just, multi-generational, which I think is a better, healthier neighborhood in general. It's what we have now. It's something that we're just seeking to protect and preserve. There's still plenty of potential for development on those larger lots into single-family homes. But the other side of it is that if we were to allow I've seen it in other communities across the Northwest where somebody does sell their property and moves into, and they move out and liquidates, and then that property suddenly becomes 6 properties, and it's in the middle of the street because you can subdivide it into townhomes, and that one building or that one property that's now 6 makes the other people who are not liking the idea that you've got 6 properties in the middle of you with townhomes that may be rentals, maybe brand new housing, whatever the case, it actually changes it to a lot of rental units, which tend to not promote community involvement and community awareness. And I think what we would like to do and what we have learned by this process is that we would like to keep a community that is aware and participatory and inside the boundaries of Coeur d'Alene and not have all of our young families that want to have an ADU for an older parent or something actually suddenly go to Athol or Rathdrum or even Hayden or Dalton Gardens because they can find a property and put something else on it. We'd like to keep those people here in our city.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Any more questions?
Anything else, Tom?
Nope,
All
I
right.
think I'm good.
We'll have you
Thank
back when you need me. Elsie Bell is in favor but did not wish to speak. Tristan Bell, favored, did not wish to speak. Edwin Rowangen is in favor but did not indicate. Okay.
May I speak?
Sure you can.
I did indicate, sorry.
Can you stick this under here? Add that to your pile. Bottom.
My name is Edwin Roningen.
Just name and city, please.
In Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Okay, go right ahead.
I do live just outside of the boundary of this area on Steiner. We've been there since May of '84, excuse me, '85, '88. I'll get it right here in just a second. Maybe '88, we bought our house. We have seen the neighborhood change from single-family units into now there are three duplexes on East Steiner between 15th and 17th, and also a single home next to us with an ADU that used to be a duplex but burned down in 2020, which affected our home also. I am not against single-family homes with ADUs. I think it's a great idea. Being a little older, I kind of look forward to one day living with my kids or having my kids live with us. I can fully understand the hesitancy of, we've just given Mr. Kaufman 9 plots, and oh my gosh, we're going to say he can't build what he wants to build on there. He can build. We're asking single-family homes with ADUs. So he goes from 9 units, 4 houses and the duplexes, now to 9 houses with ADUs, 18. So we're not seeing a reduction that would affect him. He's actually going to be able to increase, if you would, what is allowed on his property. We're asking the whole neighborhood around that, and like I say, I'm just on the outside of this proposal, is older single-family homes that have been there since probably all of us have lived in Coeur d'Alene or longer. And that's what we're asking. Help us preserve what we have. What would you like to do in your neighborhood? If this was happening next door to you, what would you want? Would you want to preserve what you have? I think you would. Would we want responsible, reasonable development in our neighborhoods? Absolutely. Growth happens. We've seen it. But let's make it reasonable. This proposal is only saying, please help us protect our neighborhood. Not stop development. Absolutely not. Somebody's got a big enough lot. I was approached by the developer that built the house with the ADU next to me, and he said, you could put an ADU on your house. And I said, well, I don't want to. You could, and then you could rent it out. Well, we're fine. We're happy. Absolutely. All these houses in our neighborhood could put ADUs on them. Would it change the flavor of the neighborhood? Possibly. But we'd still have that prerogative. If a larger lot wants to subdivide and put 2 single houses on and 2 ADUs, so be it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Susan Roinger is in favor, did not wish to speak. Susan Weeks is opposed and does wish to speak. Just the name and the city you live in, please.
Good evening, Council. My name's Susan Weeks. My business address is in the city of Coeur d'Alene. I am legal counsel for the Kaufmans. I am here tonight to express some legal concerns regarding the special use permit application before you. As you know, sitting as commissioners, zoning refers to local laws that govern how real property can and cannot be used in certain geographical areas. The city of Coeur d'Alene uses a use-based zoning district, and it sets forth acceptable uses within a zone. Courts recognize that as a right under the law. As a matter of law, you have a right to use a piece of property in a zoning district as allowed under that. Now, there are some uses that are allowed that are spatial uses, and the special uses can only be done by a permit. So that's a use that's outside of those that are allowed as a matter of law. Idaho Code Section 67, 6503, and 6509 required the city to adopt a comprehensive plan. And then Idaho Code 67, 6511 required you to set zoning districts with uses that were permitted as a matter of law. And in an R12, a duplex is a permitted use as a matter of law. And then 67, 6512 set a process for you to do special use permits. Your special use permits are for special uses, but 1705170 restricts development for a specific area. That's not a use. What use are these people asking to make of the property? On top of that, and I have a more extensive analysis of this, but I'm not going to have the time to run through all of it for you tonight. On top of not being a use, it violates what Idaho Code's Local Land Use Planning Act allows the city to do under a special use permit. And that is what Commissioner McCracken is astute enough to be understanding doesn't pass the sniff test. We're not really looking under the law at a special use permit. We're looking at a method to have a permitted use and then have neighbors come in and impose a restriction on an allowed use. That's not a special use permit. I would submit that if you go forward with this, that you're going to find yourself faced with a declaratory action, not just an appeal of your zoning decision, but a declaratory action at district court, holding that this ordinance that allows a special use permit to restrict uses is a violation of the Local Land Use Planning Act, that it constitutes a regulatory takings because it disallows a permitted use of the land, that it violates what we call due process of law, not procedural, but substantive due process, and it violates equal protection under the law. I am asking that council deny the request. Thank you.
Oh, wait. Could she finish?
Yeah.
What's your request?
I'm
Did you
asking
finish?
that you deny the
You fin-
special
you
use
fin-
permit.
Deny the request.
Yeah, if you need to say another thing for another 30 seconds, go ahead, or I'll give you another 30 seconds.
The portion that I have skipped on that is just going through your own your own ordinance, which is contradictory within itself. So within your own ordinance, your ordinance defines a zone as being a district with permitted uses, which is consistent with the Local Use Planning Act. And then your permitted uses in R12 says a duplex housing one. A special use permit is defined by your own code to mean a permit granted under provisions specified in the code to allow certain uses, specifically mentioned in various zoning districts, not disallow uses. And then your statute has a procedural, and so does the state statute, a procedural method for people who are denied a special use that anticipates that it's the landowner who gets to appeal a denial of a use of the land they want to make. Nowhere in any code, state or your own ordinance, does it anticipate that an owner will not be the person requesting a special use. And that is where I believe that your current code allowing the requested district restriction departs from zoning laws and acceptability.
Thank you.
Go ahead, you have a question?
Would
Real
you
quick.
be of the same opinion if the Kaufman property was excluded from this?
So, I wasn't here to talk to that, but I did have some interesting thoughts on that. I heard people saying, well, you can't exclude that. You can if this truly is a special use permit, you can set conditions, and you can make a condition that they have to remove the duplex lots and the Kaufman lots. You could set that as a condition. If they don't want to accept that condition, they can appeal that condition. But if this truly is a special use permit, you can set reasonable conditions, and that would be a reasonable condition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Amber Hicks is in favor and does wish to speak. Oh.
Hello again.
Hello again.
Amber Hicks, Coeur d'Alene,
Deja
owner
vu all
of one
over
of the single-family lots in the subject boundary lines. I'm just going to keep this short because you've heard from all of us on all of the issues surrounding it. Our focus from day one as a neighborhood has always been preservation. It's been preservation of single-family residences because as somebody who was a first-time home buyer here in Coeur d'Alene after renting for many years and moving in and out of the area, it was very hard to find single-family residences for first-time home buyers. Our neighborhood gave that to us. We did buy it for less than market value. I wanted to throw that out there. Yes, we have had concerns that we've shared where we've voiced them about parking and traffic congestion, but that was never the focus of why we were doing this or why we were standing against Kaufman. It was about preserving the look and feel of our neighborhood, the fabric of our community, while also keeping our kids safe. And so, our neighborhood does not empty out onto large arterial streets like 15th by not preserving the housing stock to single-family residences. What we have seen time and again just on our little stretch of Gilbert alone, east of 15th Street, so just one part of Gilbert, a dead-end road, is where watching single-family houses get torn down to have twin homes and townhomes put in their place to then be converted to Airbnb short-term vacation rentals. So it's not helping the housing crisis in our neighborhood. Our thought process as a community behind this special use permit, the use would be to restrict it to the single-family houses that are already there to preserve the existing housing stock in an effort to also continue to help provide that to families like mine that couldn't find this housing stock in city limits close to our amenities. So that would be our use, preserving single-family housing stock that is affordable because, yes, they are older homes that need a little bit of maintenance and they're not flashy and new and going for $1 million like the homes on Best Ave. You know, they are something that offers maintainable acreage, you know, at a decent house size, and still allows us to have an ADU. On the ADU topic, correct me if I'm wrong, that is already allowed by use. So we are not allowing that by saying we're putting in this special use permit. I believe that was your question, Chairman. We are just keeping that in place. That's already there. We already knew, you know, that's there and that there's a risk of people using those for short-term rentals should they choose to put them in. My lot would qualify for that, you know, so, and I'm still saying that I agree with this plan, and it's not a decision we've entered into lately. So thank you for your time. I just wanted to show my support of what Tom is doing.
Okay, thank you again. Adam Hicks is in favor and does not wish to speak. Carrie Dunman is in favor, does not wish to speak. Joe Archibald is in favor, does not wish to speak. Megan Johns is in favor and does not change your mind again. Okay.
She's consistent.
That's your prerogative.
Thank you. Megan Johns, Coeur d'Alene. Forgive me, I've been trying to keep track of all the comments. So we kind of opened discussion with, well, what about if the Kaufman lots went ahead and those 9 lots, and if they weighed in on this? Those 9 lots, depending when we did this permit again, would be sold to different people who could then choose in. So I don't know if playing the number games that way makes sense. If we'd done this permit a year ago, it would have been the 1 lot and the 1 owner. And when that number 1 vote had shifted it. If we did it 2 years from now, it would be 9 different homeowners potentially. And would that shift it? So I think the point is we're looking at it at this moment in time. I do think this is about timing. Honestly, we all gathered here back in April, and this could have been handled then prior to the public hearing we just sat through, but there was an issue with notification. Okay, let's also talk about what if Kaufman had just decided to skip the PUD and develop by right, presented this plan back in August of 2022. The timing wouldn't be the problem it is now. Or what if we as a neighborhood had known about this tool available to us? We would have pursued this 2 years ago and saved a lot of time in the meantime. So I think the point is we could play the timing, the what ifs on timing all day, but we're looking at what it is now. I would also note on the ADUs that my lot does qualify for an ADU. My lot's big enough I don't know if I'm using all the terms right, divide, put another single family use on it, put an ADU on that one, put an ADU on the one I live on currently. So yes, it's something we realize, and there's a big difference between ADUs on the 34 lots that exist now than there is on shoving 18 to 24 units that we started with on 2.3 acres smack dab in the middle. So that's the divide, that's the difference in the comments on the previous hearing and this hearing. So we are using an established process that the city has passed. This isn't something that we created, pulled out of thin air. This is looking to city. And what has been allowed and accepted in the past is a tool to preserve our neighborhood. I can certainly sympathize that the timing does put the city in a pickle. I do feel for you guys there. But when I look at the findings, I don't see fear of a lawsuit as a finding. Like if we're looking at these 3 findings, when I look at them, we meet them. This permit does allow for more density. It doesn't, you can still divide into lots. It's just single family homes. So you can still have your ADUs, so you're still allowing for that growth. It matches our nearby zoning. You know, to the east, it's county and suburban ag and all those other words that were out there on that screen. It preserves what is actually there now. That is single use family, 37 homes, and all before them are duplexes. So I say that if I look at the findings, we meet it. The timing is a pickle. I'm not saying, I don't know if you're gonna head to court or not. I think the presence of the lawyer is trying to say something, right? But I'm saying if we were coached earlier on what are the findings to look at, when I look at the findings, we meet those. And this has truly been a neighborhood effort, gathering everyone to bring it. And this is a reflection of the majority of the community's desires. Thank you.
Thank you. James Girodo is in favor, does not wish to speak. Tony Marmore is neutral and does not wish to speak. Okay. Janie Huggaford is in favor, does not wish to speak. Eleanor Capel is in favor and does not wish to speak. Rick Rainbot is in favor, does not wish to speak. Patty Rainbot is in favor, does not wish to speak. Todd Kaufman is opposed and does wish to speak. Name and city, please.
Todd Kaufman, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Rick.
So all this is doing is really discriminating against the building type that we can do. It doesn't change, it actually density, because every one of these 34 to 37 or however many, they can all subdivide their lots into 5,500 square foot, and then every one of those can still have 2 units. And so really it's changing the density. So for every half acre that you take, you can subdivide that up. You can put 3 duplexes on it, which is 6 units, or that same half acre, you can do single family residence, and you can put 4 lots, which is 8 units. So it really has the adverse effect. All it's doing is changing the type of construction. Whether you want to see duplexes, whether you want to see a single family house with an ADU. When this whole thing put back in, and Susan spoke to the legal part of it, I'm not going to talk about that part. But all this is done, their ADUs were not just when they put this in and started doing this, ADUs were not a right in the single-family residence.
Mm-hmm.
So really, it's changed. A duplex lot's 7,000 square feet. If we'd have come into this 2 years ago and said, hey, let's, twin homes, you can do a twin home with matching wall, it's a different name for a different type of construction. All it's doing is changing the construction type, though. I don't see any benefit. It's not changing traffic. It's adding density because every one of them can do 2 units on a 5,500 square foot lot. If that's going to be the case, then every one of these people in this 16 acre that wants to do this, they should be not allowed to subdivide their land. Keep your land that same size too. And then you can put 1 ADU on your piece of land. You can't ever subdivide it. If you're going to try to put some zoning over the top of it and do a special notice or special use permit for this, then don't let them subdivide either. It's no different, right? And I don't see anything else. So, thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Brody Kaufman is opposed and does not wish to speak. Ken Pena is in favor and does not wish to speak. Mike
Berga.
Oh,
Oh, he's back again? Didn't you
Is
already hear from?
opposed
We
and
already
does
heard
wish
from
to
you.
speak.
I'd like to speak.
Good pass.
You guys are giving me a rough
Just do
time here.
replay.
It's still Mike Buska.
Okay, whatever you want to call yourself.
Now, maybe it would help you. In
It's-
the
yeah.
old country,
It's-
it'd be called
Palmer method.
Yeah.
Go back to the Palmer method of rating. Then we got it.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know what I'm talking about up here, trying to pronounce these names.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing, actually.
I wouldn't
calligraphy.
want your job.
It's all about
But go ahead.
Okay, so, kind of different than what Mr. Kaufman says. I think that it does change the neighborhood. There is a difference between duplexes and a single home with an ADU. It's just the makeup. But to my main point, sir, you mentioned that you thought the timing was kind of lousy, and I thought that was an interesting terminology. I think it's been explained that the timing was unforeseen and really wasn't meant to be that way. But what would be lousy, from my perspective, is for the commission to not consider what the neighborhood wants. And I think it's been very clear that the people that live in the neighborhood, they want to preserve the neighborhood through managed growth. So again, nobody's complaining about growth. They're just complaining about what that growth looks like and how it affects the neighborhood. So you earlier approved 9 lots, and Mr. Kaufman is right that, he's got 9 lots now, and he could build 9 houses and then add 5 ADUs and end up having the exact same thing that he was after. But I think that you've heard that the neighborhood, the people that live here, would prefer that method, that plan, versus putting in the duplexes. So I would ask you to consider, besides the legal mumbo jumbo, which I think is mainly there just to scare you, that you would actually consider what the people that vote for you, that say, hey, we want you to represent us, that you would do that. And you have a group of neighbors that by and large have expressed their concern about managing the growth in the area for all the reasons they've given. I don't need to go back over those. You've heard them, you know them. I would hope that you would look at this and approve it because of what the neighbors have said they wanted. Thank you.
Thank you. And one clarification, as commissioners, we are volunteers. We volunteer our time. We do get food, but we are volunteers, so we're not elected officials. It's a little different. Okay. David Patzer is in favor, does not wish to speak. Tom Renier is in favor, does not wish to speak. Veronica Hazard is opposed and does wish to come on up. You've been here a long time.
She's opposed.
My name's Veronica Hazard, and I live on Best Avenue in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. And with all the people that are moving in to Coeur d'Alene now, that all the public services can't meet the density of people. I am 84 years old. My doctor retired 6 months ago. I don't have a doctor. I can't find one. I mean, and I'm not healthy. So, I mean, it's pretty scary. I have to go to a nurse practitioner is what I go to. So 10 years ago, I moved in here. I got a doctor. She retired, and then she just assigned me to another doctor. That was about 8 years ago. And I had this doctor, an internist, for 8 years, and he left. 6 months ago, this was with Kootenai Medical Center, he, for some reason, decided to leave. So he went someplace else. Well, I guess I didn't get right on it right away to get a doctor. I waited a month or so, and I couldn't find one. I called other medical centers besides Kootenai. I called Heritage Health, and they said, well, your wait will be 4 to 5 months for a general practitioner. And I think it's scary. It's scary for more people to be moving in here. So that's what I got to say.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
So cute. Al Mesbar is
Back
there he comes
again. Can you take off the sunglasses?
Why?
Oh, boy.
Why don't you ever sit down?
Because then I can't get up.
Okay. We
Getting
got
too
it.
old.
Okay.
The sunglasses on.
Couple
Yes.
of things.
3
One,
minutes. 3 minutes.
Al, Coeur d'Alene, blah, blah.
I got you.
Yeah.
We know who you are.
A couple of those the large red lots, that they weren't on in this presentation because we didn't get them in time. They are now on our site, just in case you wondered. Not that, so if we actually had to refile this, 2 of those large lots would be included in this. Now, point was brought that, okay, what's the difference? We're going to do duplexes or twin homes or this or that. Here's the difference. It's organic growth. The difference is there are many, many people here who don't own a big lot like I do. I have an acre. Many of them have like a regular city lot, which is 1/4 acre, right? They can put an ADU unit in, so one of them decides to do that, and bring a in-law or whatever, okay? Sometime later, another person does it as needed. And the growth happens organically depending on the need, not depending on a developer. The problem we have with unaffordable and the insane pricing that goes on here is because we are developer-centric. Not that I mind developers, bear in mind, I've built houses myself, so bear with me. I'm just saying, where is the focus? You talk about property rights. How about the property rights of all these people who have been here for a long time? I bought my property in the early 80s. I have seniority. I do. I'm one of the senior members of this group. All right? So what this need, fine. He's come, bought this land, and then this problem that the neighborhood decides? Yeah. It's called subsidiarity. Look it up, please. The neighborhoods should decide. The problem we have is that we keep making rules which are rigid and don't meet the needs of the neighborhood. And why are we having these public meetings? The public meetings are so you can hear the people. Or else, why are we doing this? Is this a show? No, this is how it works. It is absolutely that the people who are in that neighborhood not only should have a say, must have a say in what happens in that neighborhood. That is the only way that you actually have property rights. So you talk about, how is it that the majority can dictate what a minority can do? Yeah, that's how it works. It's called democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Ekstrom is in favor, did not indicate if you wanted to speak. Tammy Hickman Rosenthal is opposed, and you want to speak. Come on back up again. And if you need to take off your glasses, go right ahead.
I don't, thank you very much. She's got the trombone thing going on. I had gathered this weekend with my family, and I drew the short straw, so I'm talking. We are, I don't know if you can, we are the acre right here that is opposed to the zone change because I feel like we, as members of this community, belong in this neighborhood. I have felt that for a long time. My parents built on Nettleton Gulch in 1963. When the Beckwith family passed away, my mom bought their place next to us, so we lived together. And I think that's how a neighborhood should be. I think we should know each other. I think we should know. The Capals live across the street from me. They're like relatives for me. And I don't think I need a zone change to have them know how I feel. And I just wanted to let you guys know that my son is an engineer in Portland, and he's like, growth is gonna happen and you have to be prepared for it. And I think you need to know your neighbors. And I think that's why with the Kaufmans, I would love to have working professionals be our neighbors. I would love to have neighbors that we can have Christmas cookies with. And I don't know. I just wanted to let you know how I feel, that the zone change doesn't identify who I am as a person. And I think all my neighbors know I would never subdivide or do anything, but I don't need this zone change to identify who we are as a family. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Ma'am, if I could, I just want to understand, could you point to that lot again?
So we live here, and then my mom bought the Beckwiths.
So
right
just for clarity, you keep using the term zone change.
Special use permit.
This isn't.
Yeah, whatever.
And that means that's really a different
Right.
thing.
Well, I think that's how it was approached to me when they came to me. This was a zone change, and we had talked for a long time about maybe going to an R2 and
So the zoning stays R
12.
This is a special use permit.
Yeah, yeah.
Within that.
That said, are you in favor or not in favor of the special use permit?
I mean, I support what Tom has done and all of his efforts. He's put a tremendous amount of work into this. But no, I don't feel like people should tell me what I should do with my property.
Thank you.
And my family feels the same way.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Kyle Holmes is in favor, does not wish to speak. Corey Howland is in favor, did not indicate if you wanted to speak or not. Hillary, can't make out your last name.
Herbert, maybe? Hebert?
Herbert, okay. Any
Hebert.
one of those two is in favor but did not wish to speak. Jared Ekstrom didn't indicate anything. Okay. Rhea Giffen?
Yes.
And is in favor, but you didn't indicate. You want to speak?
I would like to speak just.
Okay, come on back up.
Just briefly again, Rhea Giffen, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. And I think one of the members said, as a neighborhood, we just want to be respected. We just want rational, reasonable things to happen in our neighborhood. And, you know, wouldn't it be great if the developers that liked the neighborhood and bought in the neighborhood could be respectful of that? It seems that a lot of times they're more interested in the greed of their single issue, and then that destroys the neighborhood for everyone, for parking, for resale, for whatever. It's a single-family neighborhood. It has duplexes. It has everything, and you know it has evolved over time. But we just don't. We want to protect it from having vast amounts of massive houses, or not houses, but multiple units on the bigger lots. That's all. If ideally, if developers would respect that when they come in and buy there, not to destroy the neighborhood. But it seems like that's that they just make their profit and they're not respectful of the people that have been there a long time or the people that want to stay. So, you know, like what Tammy said, I don't know what it takes to assure what's reasonable for the future. We're just, you know, I think that's what Tom and the people that are working there are trying to assure, that it stays the kind of neighborhood it is, because it is unique and we just don't want it to be destroyed. We certainly welcome new people. We just don't want to lose what we have. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Jim Mathsby is in favor, did not wish to speak.
I changed my mind.
Oh,
Do that?
okay, come on up.
I'll be very quick.
Okay, that's even better.
Jim Matthew, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. In my mind, duplexes tend to be rental units. You have a lot of turnover and stuff. And the design of that neighborhood and where the Kaufman development will be, this will essentially be an enclave of, I won't say transient, but turnover. And I don't envision that of ever becoming integral part of the neighborhood, like several people have been talking about the neighborliness of our area. So I don't know if anybody's ever mentioned this, but to me it detracts from the essence of what our neighborhood is all about. And one other point that I wish I would have made the other hearing, but I didn't say it. Allowing this addition is going to turn Steiner Avenue from a limited access. Nobody drives up Steiner ever to get anywhere else. They only drive up that road to get to their own homes because it doesn't go anywhere. Now it's going to be turned into a thoroughfare. for people to drive down Steiner, which is a very congested avenue, to get to a whole little, the enclave I was talking about. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Susan Knudsen is neutral and she wants to speak.
Suzanne Knudsen, Coeur d'Alene. I appreciate a tight-knit community and an involved neighborhood, and I also believe in the importance of preserving existing neighborhood character. As someone who lives on the previously westernmost neighborhood in Coeur d'Alene that now sits on a piece of property that will be developed into quite a large housing area, it is a concern, and I do feel bad for the people who live on Steiner because I understand that's what's going to happen to our street as well. But based on Commissioner McCracken's comment, I think timing it's an anomaly, and it definitely complicated matters. I'm wondering if maybe that hadn't happened, if we would still be here discussing this, or maybe it would smell better, I don't know. But under current ordinances and codes, Mr. Kaufman he checked all the boxes for his proposal tonight based on current zoning, and he was approved. The neighbors who are seeking this overlay have checked the boxes on their proposal too. And if they're not approved, would it be seen as arbitrary and capricious? I don't know, but it's a concern. I love the ADU idea. As a guardian of a disabled adult, I think a lot of families that are in my same situation would appreciate an opportunity for their person with disabilities to be able to live on a property in a separate home. And I think those adults with disabilities would appreciate that opportunity too. I know that housing for people with disabilities in our area is very hard to come by, but duplexes are not always an option for them. And I don't know. I think this is tough, and I feel bad that you have to consider all of these people. But I think it is important to consider the neighbors that live there. I am curious to know, though, we had our city attorney mentioned that you could not make conditions, but Mr. Kaufman's attorney mentioned that you can. And so I would be interested in hearing a little bit more about that if possible. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Before I bring it back to Tom, if he wants to say anything more, before I close this public hearing, does anyone else want to speak that hasn't signed up that wants to speak? Tom, you want to come up and say anything in closing, or you're good to go? You have a couple of minutes.
So, I want to point out that everybody that was here knew what they were signing. I spent a lot of time talking to people and really making it clear. I actually had a copy of the zoning with me, and right there in the zoning, it does show the ADUs were allowed. But there were, like I say, there were certain people that did not choose to be part of this. But we did spend a lot of time making sure that people were clear on what we were doing. And if anybody had any questions, I made sure that I got the answers. Also, as you've heard before, there is a precedent. This has been done 2 other times. As you know, the Fort Grounds and then the Pine Grove thing. And like I said, I just pointed out about the zoning where the ADU was already there, like Megan pointed out. And one thing I want to address what Mr. Kaufman said was, you know, everybody could go in there and do an ADU. Everybody could go in there and subdivide their property. Yes, we can do that. He can do that. He did do that. We still have that right. We could all go out tomorrow and put ADUs into our property. More than likely, we won't, but he is saying that if there are duplexes and stuff are allowed, that is more likely to happen. If a property comes in that becomes available, that a developer sees a large property, That's what they're gonna put in, is duplex, the higher density type of units. Anyway, that's kind of all I had to say, other than we do, I believe, meet the 3 findings that are required to meet this for approval.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Can
Couple
I
of
just say
seconds here.
the last closing things?
Real quick.
Very quick. I just wanted to say that I think that this is a example being on the cusp of overdevelopment. And when we get overdevelopment, we get these types of units that are transitory. Transitory units tend to not contribute to community in the same way that I have and I see the rest of the people around me participate and volunteer in their communities. And I do think that maybe development is coming and it will always be there as this thing, but as somebody who watches these properties and other places fall away to the duplex, triplex, quadruplex market, whatever it is, you do not see the same level of involvement in community, and you see more anonymity amongst the community members. And it's a sociological, psychological aspect of it, but we do tend to lose community. Single-family homes are not the only way to live, but it does bring family units of different types, and that could be 3 renters, it could be a family, it could be any combination of people, and then adding those additional units to the site still does promote development and some growth, but still keeping a varied and diverse community. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close public testimony on this hearing and bring it to commissioners for discussion and a motion. Go ahead, John.
I would love to offer some discussion.
Right ahead.
Not quite ready for a motion, but.
That's okay.
But, you know, as I wrote some notes during this, Susan Weeks, attorney, what she said sticks with me, and it says that she said that, you know, a special use tool is really to allow, you know, a use, not to disallow a use. And perhaps that's not the tool to use to disallow what's allowed by right in an R12, which is a duplex. You know, I hear lots of people say this is about, you know, preservation of the neighborhood. It's an R12 neighborhood, which, you know, the slide said is single family duplexes and vacant property, everything in yellow that's way beyond even the island of the property involved here. So, you know, protection of the neighborhood is protection of the R12, which is allowance of a duplex. You know, it's, gentleman talked about property rights. You know, if I buy a property in an R12 neighborhood next to a vacant lot, guess what? Somebody might build a duplex next to me. You know, that's just for me, you know, buyer beware, that can happen. So a lot of discussion, you know, about, you know, traffic and less, you know, how many people and density and all that sort of thing. You know, that neighborhood, that whole area could yield the same number of cars and people and density and whatnot, you know, with or without this special use permit, you know, on how many ADUs get built and all that sort of thing. So it feels to me, the lady spoke over here, she called it a zone change, you know, and it's kind of wanting to be a zone change, you know, and, you know, maybe the right tool here is to come in with a, you know, some different zoning that changes things. But to me, I commend the amount of community involvement here, but it just feels, as Susan Weeks points out, perhaps the wrong tool.
Thanks, John.
I have a question for Hillary. The 1994 and then I guess 2013/14, it looks like it was approved in 14. When both of those times that this was used, were ADUs allowed either of those years?
They would have been, yes, with the Fort Grounds, and that was kind of a question that
Laneway.
we had when this hearing came before you, where in Fort Grounds, we did make the determination with legal's input to allow ADUs, but it was kind of questionable at that
The
time.
same
The
kind of-
Pine Grove, no. So that one, I don't know if since then, though, if they've been allowed, Sean might be more familiar with
I'm
that
not
one.
sure if that time with the foregrounds, actually, ADUs was an issue. It was more of just kind of preserving the neighborhood, so it
It was
wouldn't be
the
developed
concern over the
differently.
cluster housing.
Yeah.
Well,
pocket
yeah, because
housing that
when
was
you, I
allowed.
mean, I get that not everybody would develop an ADU at the same time, but when you have a 5,500 square foot lot that can have an ADU, so that's 2,750 per unit of space, if it all lined up with setbacks and whatnot, or 3,750 for a duplex. The duplex actually has more lot size per dwelling unit, because ADUs are not allowed with a duplex. So some of the zoning codes and setbacks and things already account for a little less density when using a duplex. And so if you had an acre, well, 45,000, I was trying to make a number that made sense, but 45,000 square foot lot, which is slightly over an acre, you can get 16 single families with an ADU, but you can only get 12. So you could actually be more dense this way. So I kind of feel like that battles the idea of this, this special use, I guess. And so I was curious where the timing fit in with the code that allowed ADUs, because they feel like they're a little bit of a mismatch, I guess. But maybe one with, one without, so.
Yeah, as I said, I don't remember the foregrounds back then when I was here, and that it was an 80.
I think there was something about rental units and stuff.
Yeah, it was more of a preserving the neighborhood. It
Anyways.
burnt down, and I don't remember the other year.
94.
That was way before my time, so I have nothing to do with that. Yes,
Yeah.
Bill.
I want to follow up something John said about the zoning. Property is zoned and has been R12 for a very long time, as I understand it. And as the young lady said, growth is coming. We fight to control it and not let it overcome us in certain areas. But as 15th Street continues to draw development, at some point, this 16 acres is going to be subject to some pretty intense pressure. And the problem to me isn't that you want to preserve the neighborhood. We all kind of feel like that. The problem is you have R12 zoning. That's like a magnet to developers. I get 12 units per acre, I'm going there. So my question is, why would you do that, a special use, which I have some concerns about, versus just rezoning to R1, single family? That, it serves the same purpose, but it's much more secure. And I also think it would tend to prevent any kind of future lawsuits. And I think that's an important issue, although a couple of people don't think that it is. But like I say, 8, 9 years from now, someone buys a piece of property within that 16 acres. Do they know that they're restricted to a single-family home? Not on the zoning map. The zoning says R12. Or is there something that cues them, title search, whatever? So I think just kind of need to be careful what we're doing here. We could be, thinking we're making something better, and in actuality, we're just creating a lot of aggravation and grief for ourselves.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Lynn.
Obviously, Kaufman sort of set off a bomb in the middle of your community, and I understand that. I searched the Idaho laws, and I'm not a lawyer, but I think asking the city to support a regulation such as this, limiting the owner's ability to develop their land, therefore reducing property values, is a problem. You are telling all your neighbors that you can't do anything with that property except single-family dwellings. Now, if you all want to get together like co-housing and sign an agreement to never sell to anyone who will develop anything but single-family dwellings, go ahead. You can do that. You can act as a co-housing or an HOA or whatever you want to do. But I don't think that we should impose against those duplexes or the ability to develop their land. That is why we all live in Idaho, so we don't have somebody else telling us what we can do with our property rights. We are a property right state. And this is a part of our development. And I think, yes, you're a tight community. Then go ahead, write up a contract, sign it to all your neighbors, share it with everybody and say, I will not sell to someone who will subdivide and break up this lot, except for single-family dwellings. That would be an active community of co-housing people. But I do not think that you should be able to lay this on Mr. Kaufman and obviously just write your own storyline and tell him what he has to do with his land that he's invested in. That is overstepping the Idaho boundaries. And I think you're stepping on very thin ice here. So I'm not convinced that this special use permit make any sense here. Yes, change it to R1. Go ahead and make that move. But I think, again, timing is awkward, but I just think this is, and it's also very prejudicial against duplexes, beyond belief. The seed of that alone is prejudicial. There are a lot of really nice people who live in duplexes. They're not all ghetto. And that's another thing that I can't understand how an entire community can be so anti-duplex, anti-townhouse, anti-development. It's sad. It's sad that you've come to this. I get it. You have a tight community, and you became tighter in this battle. But I think you've moved in the wrong direction. So that would be I'm just not for this.
Peter, go right ahead.
I don't think all of us think that people live in duplex and townhouses and so forth are lower class. I think our public comment period and testimony is very important. And you have done a great job in organizing the community, coming before us and talking to us in a very polite, cohesive, understandable way. I salute you. I also find it hits a very responsive chord with me. Now, I was born here and raised here for the first 20 years of my life. I moved away for another 40 years, and I've come back and I've lived here for 20. I got put on this commission by a lady I used to date who married one of my best fraternity brothers, and we are friends to this day. Why she put me on here, I don't know. But I enjoy it because I get to talk and say things that are in my mind and what I believe. And I don't pay any penalty by having to run for election. Every 4 years, the term's up, and the mayor council, they can choose just by a simple say, Pete, I think it's time to move on. That's fine. So I'm going through this, and I said, what in the hell would I think about my neighborhood? And I know exactly what I would think. I would agree with you. And we've had a couple of duplex now. We have some vacation rentals. And the people that come there are buried, and they're buried. And maybe that'll come before us in a future date, in which time I'll express my opinion. But then I look back here, and I look at a couple things. First of all, I go to our comprehensive plan. And it says, I earmarked it, and that we'll recognize neighborhood and district identities. And I think we should. I don't know how, but we can do that. And we protect the visual and historic qualities of Coeur d'Alene, encourage the protection of historic buildings and sites. So there's some paper here that had a list of property addresses and so forth and owners and when the properties were built. So in this area, the tally here, I don't know if there's duplicate counts or if the tally I have is of 57 properties. 10 were built, 2 were built in 38, 2 were built in 1943, 10 were built 1950 to 59, 15 1960 to 69, 14 70 to 79, 5 80 to 89, 7 to 9 to 99, and 2 since 2000. And I put down here the assessed value. It's plus or minus 100% of what you can sell it for. 13 of the properties are under 300,000. 20 of them, 21 are under 400,000. No, 13 are 300,000. 21 are 400,000. 20 or 500,000 to 2 or 600,000. So this is a relatively, I would say, established, historic, reasonably priced, reasonably assessed value neighborhood. And I wholly, totally, it's going to sound like I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth. Maybe I am. I support this. I really do. I think that this is the essence of our community trying to recognize what can we do to not limit growth, but to maintain our neighborhoods. What can we do? You know, maybe there's some other suggestions, but this might be a way. It's not an easy way, but it's a way. But I cannot support it with the Kaufman properties in there, simply because in my heart of hearts, I don't think it's fair to have a property owner go through 4 years of getting someplace. Finally, we get there, he gets there, we all get there, only to find now that this can be superimposed on him and nullify all that. And I don't think that's fair. Had this been passed, and then he came in and asked for something, I could see where we'd say no. But therefore, I support everything, except I can't vote for it if the Kaufman property is in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter.
I guess I would echo a lot of the same comments of my fellow commissioners. I appreciate the neighborhood. I mean, we've seen you guys here probably 6 meetings or more. I think you guys have came to some other ones just here and there. But I really, that's part of the public process. And that's what I like, that part of the process of something comes in and you read what you were noticed, actually read it and come in and give us your feedback. And I think that has shown the progress from 2 years ago to now. Like, we've seen what was first presented to now, and really, I think the product is better than it started. It's probably not going to be perfect for everybody. That's just how it works out a lot of the time. But I do, a lot of the questions on timing and stuff is for us to clarify, because it is sticky. This one got a little on top of each other and complicated. I don't think any of us really wanted it all to fall on the same day. But I think that we want to get it right. We want to make the best decisions we can up here. And I just feel like this one's really hard to make. I just don't think I can support, I really feel strongly about property rights. And I just don't think this is the right mechanism for that. In addition to the timing. I mean, the timing probably tipped us over maybe a little bit on some of them. But I think the mechanism as a special use permit typically is to allow a use, is how I've always heard of it. And this was kind of, oh, that's interesting that we have this tool. And I do think maybe the timing on when ADUs were allowed after this was, maybe we need to revisit the way those code sections work together. And that's something we can probably do as a commission, is look at those and improve the way it's written. Because you guys are just using a tool that was put out there and we're just trying to use a tool, but then it, layers with some other different things we have going. So I think at the end of the day, we will have improved the product that is in this neighborhood, largely because of the neighborhood comment and presence. And then hopefully we can look at it as a commission and maybe improve our product out to you guys to use. Because I think we've jumbled over this one, and it probably highlights some things we can do to improve as well. But I can't support this tonight, I don't think, so.
Thank you, Sarah. I agree with my fellow commissioners. I applaud the neighborhood to, get together and preserve your neighborhood. I think your neighborhood is still going to be preserved. And if somebody wants to change something, they'll have to come back to this commission at some point in time to change something that might not be in the zone that's there. But I do applaud you guys for doing this and coming to these meetings. So again, I agree with my fellow commissioners. I can support this. So I'll ask for a motion. If someone could make a motion on this, it'd be great.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Phil.
Oh, well, are you ready?
It's getting kind of late.
We-
Good, bad, or a different motion. We need to move. Okay, the matter came before the Planning and Zoning Commission July the 9th, SP 1-24. A request for approval of a single-family detached only designation in the R12 zoning district, allowing for accessory dwelling units. If approved, the special use permit would limit future construction to single-family detached residential home and accessory uses in the subject property. Thomas Hungerford is the applicant, the neighborhood sponsor, along with others. And it's 16.5 acres east of 17th Street West and west of 19th, south of Satter Avenue and north of Haycraft Avenue. Findings: the Planning Commission finds that the following facts, A1 through 12, have been established on a more probable than not basis, as shown in the record before it and on the testimony presented. At the public hearing, the notice of public hearings were published in an official newspaper, and the other procedures as far as noticing listed under finding A1 have been complied with, and A2 public testimony has been received at this public hearing. There were a grand total of 37 parcels included. The subject area is currently zoned residential at 12 units to the acre. There are 3 measurements, and it cites the 37 units and the 66% as the rationale for allowing this to proceed. And the neighborhood is made up of a mix of residential zones and residential uses that include cluster pocket housing and projects to the west, to the east, and single-family development and others. The 2022-2042 comprehensive use to land plan place type places this as compact neighborhood. It does designate zonings R12, 17, and really more intense zoning than the R12. The staff report indicates applicable comprehensive plan goals and objectives. The commission, we will determine the applicable goals and objectives support the decision. Goal C1 under A8, Coeur d'Alene citizens are well informed. We don't disagree with that all. In my opinion, however, we are taking away the right of the proper authorities to regulate land use. Goal C1-3, Coeur d'Alene will strive to be livable for median and below income levels, including families. Judging by all going to single-family homes, it becomes pretty difficult at the current time to create any low-income or even fixed-income type households. I'm not saying they couldn't try. It's very difficult. Let me see. The intent is to develop a mix of land use throughout the city that balance housing and employment. If we're creating strictly all one type, then that's not creating a mixed use. Not that we expect commercial uses or any other type of uses there. A9, the key characteristic of a compact neighborhood are medium-density residential areas located in primarily older locations of Coeur d'Alene. I think the area does qualify as a older location, but this would not be medium density. It would be low density if it was strictly our single family. At the request, if this request is for single-family detached only, special use request, all future construction must be single-family home. That is correct. City departments reviewed the request for a special use permit that limits development to single-family detached and found that the existing streets, public facilities, and service would be adequately served. That really can't be determined because it's not based upon the zoning. It's based upon the current conditions and possible single-family homes and not really a general development of the area. Conclusions of law. Based on the foregoing findings of fact, the Planning and Zoning Commission makes the following conclusions of law. The proposal is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan. B2, the design and planning of the site is not compatible with location, settings, and existing use on adjacent property. B3, the location, design, and size of the proposal are such that the development will not be adequately served by existing streets, public facilities, and services. I think a lot of that
No,
really has to do.
Bill, let me get
Yep.
a little clarification on that.
I think that one's a will.
I think the last one, B3,
Is a will.
it is,
It
because
is
it's an
will.
existing neighborhood and it does have services there, and
Yeah, that's a
right now.
will.
Yeah, is that kind of,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm
Well,
getting a
it-
nod from legal on that
It
one.
will have if they develop it. Right now, a lot of the streets not even paved, and
Well,
I don't
it's,
know about water and sewer services. I'm not sure they're available to how many of these houses.
Services
But
are
I'll
carpool.
agree. Let's say they will have. Let's say
yeah,
it's-
they will have existing,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
The Planning Commission, pursuant to the foregoing findings of fact and conclusions of law, has determined that the proposed special use permit request for a single-family detached only designation allowing ADUs does not comply with the required evaluation criteria, and the special use permit is denied, say without prejudice, I guess.
Is it denied?
The only thing I want to say a couple of things.
But we can do,
before
you did it with denied or just denied without prejudice?
I just deny it. Denied, I think.
Denied,
is the
right,
easiest way.
okay.
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
Okay.
great, thank you.
Yeah.
Second.
I have a
Second.
first by Ward, and who seconded?
John.
Mr. Ingles seconded. If we can
I
have roll
make a
call.
comment before we
Yes,
vote on
go
it?
right ahead.
You know, I have to admit that the respect this overall group has shown through these meetings, and I mean that seriously. I mean, there've been meetings where people get pretty nasty if they want to. None of you did. You spoke authoritatively. You spoke exactly what you wanted to do and why. And I don't think there was anything many people here said that we don't all agree with. We all look for neighborhoods that are, we know your neighbors and talk and are friends, and it's hard to maintain that when the community's growing. But I hope you can hang on and fight it off and maintain a certain residential character. And I'll
Well
quit
said.
at that.
No, well said. Thank you, thank you. Roll call, please.
Messina,
Yes.
McCracken,
Yes.
Fleming,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Lutrip,
Reluctantly, yes.
Ingalls.
Yes.
Okay. The motion is denied. Moving on to the next one, or we take a short 5-minute break, please. We'll be right back. Meeting is in recess for 5 minutes. Okay, welcome back. I'm reopening our meeting. And the next item is, applicant is Northwest Boulevard Holding LLC. Location is 1515 Northwest Boulevard, and it's a request for a special use permit for food and beverage on off-site consumption in a light manufacturing zoning district. Okay, Tammy. Good evening.
Holding LLC, owners Bud Scott and Tyson Stacy, architect HDG Architecture, and representing tonight is Armando Hurtado. So the location is a plus or minus 1.11 acre parcel located at 1515 Northwest Boulevard, which is south of La Crosse Avenue along Northwest Boulevard. The property is zoned light manufacturing. So they are requesting a food and beverage on and off-site consumption special use permit to have a coffee shop and sell baked goods in a portion of an existing structure located in the light manufacturing zoning district, which does require a special use permit. A little bit of background, this property was rezoned in 1983 from C17 to light manufacturing. It was used as warehousing and then boat sales. In 2019, the commission approved a specialty retail special use permit to allow for flooring sales. This is the subject property outlined here in the red, and this is Northwest Boulevard. And this is a close-up of the property. This aerial shows the outline of the property in red. This is Northwest Boulevard. And this is a bird's eye view of the property. This is an old picture from Google Imagery showing the boat sales that was previously there. So I'll give you a little bit of background information again. The parking will be located on this side. The special use permit was approved for the previous special use permit to use about 12,400 square feet and use the entire building for his flooring retail sales. They have decided to reduce the space that they are currently using and then allow another tenant to ask for a special use permit for a coffee shop. A portion of that use in that is going to be for coffee roasting and baked items, but that use is allowed in the light manufacturing zoning district. It would be the coffee shop portion that needs the special use permit. So they've kind of redivided the space in this building to allow for both uses to be shared. Previous special use permits approved, as I mentioned, the special use permit for specialty retail sales is on the subject property right now. To the east, off La Crosse Avenue, Winton Elementary long ago had a special use permit approved, and this would be for a playground. So there are 3 required findings for this request. That this proposal is or is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan, and the subject property is within the city limits of Coeur d'Alene, and the city comprehensive plan categorizes this area as retail center corridor place type, and it's noted here. And here it is again, and this is the area where the property lies within this retail center corridor in the purple. So compatible zoning for this request would be C17 and C17L, and it also says as key characteristics that retail center corridor places are primarily car-oriented destinations for retail service and some other uses, and they're often developed with large format retail uses, some infill and commercial development. So I've included the existing and planned bicycle network, the existing and planned walking network, and existing transit network maps in your staff report, and I've pointed out where the subject property lies on each one of the maps. On page 14 of your staff report, I've provided comprehensive plan policies. So I've included community and identity and some goals and objectives under that, growth and development, and jobs and economy. The design and planning of the site is or is not compatible with the location, setting, and existing uses on the adjacent properties. So again, this is the subject property located here. The outline here is the property or the portion of the existing building where they want to do the coffee shop, and this is the area where they will continue to have the retail flooring. So this is approximately 7,400 square feet, and this is about 5,000 square feet. So previously approved in 2019 was a specialty retail sales special use permit. And I provide this site plan that was approved at that time, showing you a bit of the parking layout. At that time, they were showing an overhead door to be able to access the parking to the south, shown here. And I'm going to go back to the previous site plan, the most up-to-date one. So they've updated their site plan to be able to provide a total of 24 parking spaces, which would be required for both uses. They're showing parking here. And in your staff report, I think I mentioned there is an easement, and they've also provided some parking here. And then they've got parking provided here to be able to provide the total of the 24 spaces required. One of the conditions at the end of the staff report include one about having the access to be able to access required parking. As far as the zoning, you'll see that the subject property is zone light manufacturing. Properties to the north and to the northeast, they're all zone C17 with the exception of this C17L. As far as land use, these are all commercial uses. This is residential and some residential in yellow here with the Civic to the east. This is a view of the subject property from the east side of Northwest Boulevard, and this is looking west at the existing building and display and parking lot to the south. So this is the existing building, and this is where you would utilize a portion of the parking. This is a view of the subject property from the east side of Northwest Boulevard, looking west at the existing building and a portion of the parking lot. So here is a portion of the parking lot, or a parking area where the coffee shop will be, and a portion of this will still be for the retail flooring. This is a view across the Northwest Boulevard, looking southwest at the subject property. So again, this is where the coffee shop will be, and they will share this with the retail flooring sales. And a view of the northeast part of the property looking southwest at the existing building. So as I mentioned earlier, there's a set of overhead doors that you would go through. The condition speaks to needing this to remain open since they are showing parking on that south side. This is the interior view of the Northwest Trends showroom, looking north at the drive aisle to access the parking area located to the south and to the west, with the overhead door showing the access. And just to the north of the sub-department added conditions related to the parking and the access to the south, and the requirement to conceal the rooftop equipment for the proposed coffee shop. And there are 5 required conditions. There's 2 from planning, 1 from fire, and then 2 from water. And the action alternatives that the Planning Commission will need to consider are to approve, approve with conditions, deny, or deny without prejudice. Any questions for staff?
Couple of questions. For the fire truck access, should this building go on fire, no truck is going to go through the front line of it. So is there an actual dedicated Knox box at that triangular portion for firefighting?
No, there is not.
So how do they get that truck if the fire's in the southwest corner of that
I
building?
believe that there's a distance requirement, and I think that this met that, for them to be able to.
To reach it from the Northwest Boulevard?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm going to ask them probably on how they think they're going to access staff and visitors through a roll-up door. And is that a clicker, or is that a code, or is it magical, snap your fingers, it'll open? Because it's awkward as heck, especially if they're non-workers in that. If you're asking a citizen to come and just drive through this building and randomly park somewhere, that's just strange.
And I did have a conversation with the owner and the tenant, just to let them know that that was going to be a condition that we would bring forward for this request.
Get a
So
good
I think
solution.
having that conversation.
Why not move that fenestration right back, Mr. Hurtado? Just move the fenestration back, build a new wall, and run through this open structure and just get there in the open air. It's awkward. I mean, it's a very unusual request in that sense. And you now have an engine and gasoline or a battery that could blow up, and it's inside of a building. So, yeah.
And if they don't have that access going through the parking requirements, Wouldn't
Can't
be
be
met,
met.
I take it?
It would not be met.
because you
Okay.
can't get through, there's only
Okay.
9
All right,
feet of
all right.
access,
All
yeah,
right.
okay.
All right,
Got
any
a
other-
few questions.
Do they have access to the trail? Like, would people potentially park on the trail and come up and have?
I don't believe that they
so.
can get
The
through on the
back?
trail from here.
It's a little sloped right there, I think, but,
Yeah, it's steep, it's actually got some drop off.
okay.
All right.
Just curious.
I think it's kind of
Okay.
fenced off in the back, too.
That was my dumb questions.
All right, John.
Very similar, and we'll see, maybe the applicant can touch on that, but I was looking at this site plan, and it's a photo, and it shows boats, from back in the day. And I think, Lynn, you've looked at it with a greater degree than I, in terms of you talk about the roll-up door and all that. And I presume the parking requirement is going to be met, but is it, how do people,
Find that out.
how do you circulate around and whatnot?
I think that's a good question for the applicant. We did discuss this early on. Let me scroll up here, so I apologize for moving through so fast. Let me find it. A car would not be able to use the rear portion of this. You could park here, but you can't
Get through
drive
there.
through here because it's too narrow.
That's 9
It's not,
feet.
doesn't even meet the one-way requirement. So we had multiple discussions with the architect about the parking and what was going to be required.
So if I'm the other part's a flooring deal, right?
Correct.
So if I'm a flooring customer, where do I park versus a coffee customer? That's what I wanted to.
The property owner is here too, so I think those are great questions for them to be able to
Okay.
answer.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah.
One more question. Tammy?
It's
Sure.
not really a question. Tammy, thank you for that, for being here. It's been a long time. Nice to see you here again. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'll bring up the applicant. Armando, you want to, Armin? No, it's Armando.
Armando Hurtado.
Just let me swear you in. Do you solemnly swear and/or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Commissioners, thank you for your time. Tammy, thank you for all the hard work in getting us to this point. Valid questions on the parking. It is unique. And I think that's, obviously, the goal is to provide easy access, comfortable access, and safety. That's always our priority. And I think, pushing that and opening that up, I think would be ideal. I think that might present some unique challenges in just conditioning the space and really providing more formal access. So I think the approach would need to be an operational thing, a discussion between Northwest Trends and Union Coffee on how that's distributed, whether it's operation hours or it's a clicker or a magic of some kind. But yeah, I think that providing access, or maybe it's a division of parking, the Northwest Trends customers in the back, coffee in the front. I'm not sure how that'll be illustrated or used on a day-to-day basis, but we're hoping that operationally we can kind of work through that.
Might be staff parking.
Could be.
How do you circulate like deliveries of your flooring product? And, I'm sure you have forklifts and that kind of thing. So how do you foresee that also incorporated into an extra business parking there?
Yeah. Well, I'll let Northwest Trends guy, or owner, address that. But as far as Union Coffee, all their deliveries are in their own delivery trucks, and they're just small delivery trucks that fit in a parking spot. They don't use any large vehicles for that. Since the majority of the production, or all the production, is going to be in-house, so the need for delivery is going to be minimal, not on a continual basis.
But the roastery would have large deliveries.
Yes, it would, and they would house a lot of their inventory in the facility.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, there's, on the back of their building, there's no, Tammy mentioned, there isn't enough space, because I've been in that building when it was a boat place.
So on that back corner,
Yeah,
there isn't enough space for two-way access.
right,
There is enough space for a vehicle to pass through.
okay. So there is space to get back
There is,
there.
yeah.
but
So that could
is that
potentially be
something-
a delivery point.
And maybe either
It's-
Hillary.
I believe it's only 9 feet wide. Our code requires 12 feet for one-way
Okay, so
access.
there is a
that's the
requirement.
challenge. Yeah.
That we have.
Right.
Okay,
Bicycle delivery might work.
yeah, okay. Okay,
Is this
Other-
more of a showroom than a distribution center? Because I use Northwest Trends, and I know they have huge warehousing in the back, and they have forklifts, and they have big trucks rolling in from Shaw and from
Yes, and-
Flor, and huge
Right.
trucks.
Yeah.
And that doesn't seem to be something that's workable here. I don't know how you bring a big,
Yeah.
40-foot box truck in.
Right.
And get that unloaded and put it somewhere that makes sense to get it out the door again in a smaller truck.
Great question.
Sorry.
And I'll let Northwest
My
Trends
world.
owner address that one.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
that's a logistical approach that I think they've got it handled, because they've this space that Union Coffee is going into has been vacant for a while and being built out as a vanilla shell, sort of an empty shell. So they've been operating with the space they currently have for quite a while. So I think
Von Nash
they've kind of
Interiors at
maneuvered
one
that.
time. The air conditioning, Von Nash Interiors used to take that whole building. It was always hot in the summer, unlivable. I hope they improve the air
Yeah,
conditioning.
I hope so.
And
Yeah.
I saw huge fans today.
Yeah, well, we've got conditioning units up on the roof, hence the need to shield that from public view,
Yeah,
which is part of the requirement.
okay, good.
Okay. Any other questions? Nope. Okay, we'll get you back if we have some more questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I have Hanson is in favor but did not wish to speak. Okay. The only other person I have on here is Bud Scott and did not wish to speak, and did not indicate if he was in favor or not. Is that you?
That's me, and I think you want to speak.
The owner, yes,
Yeah,
please.
I mean, if you
Got
guys
some
want,
questions.
whoever wants to come up,
Got some questions.
just state your name. Just state your name and city you live in, I'll swear you.
Bud Scott, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go right
Absolutely.
ahead.
Yes.
Answer the
Go ahead, whatever
I
questions you
guess.
have, fire away.
Yeah.
Well, how are you going to actually access those big roll-up doors and getting either visitors, or is that all just going to be staff parking in that back triangular space?
Yeah, I think how this is envisioned is that's staff parking back there.
Okay. And they'll have a clicker or some means to get those big ones up?
Exactly.
Okay. And then, is this going to be a distribution center, or is your thought that this is really just a showroom?
The Northwest Trends portion of it?
Mhm.
Oh, it's a slab showroom.
So you're going to keep it as the surfaces showroom that you have and just leave it as it is? So
Absolutely, yeah.
So you're not bringing in large trucks and rolling into that area?
No.
Because that precludes parking for the.
So what we
street.
do to bring the slabs in currently, well, they're delivered off the front side of it as well, but a cube van can drive around the back. So.
So you got it worked out?
Yeah, it works out fine, yeah.
Okay.
And if you notice all the boats are on there, that's how the boats got through, is through the
Yeah, they
back
had
as
to.
well.
Yeah, it's the only way.
So, and my boat trailer's back there right now, and it's this big wide thing, and it fits through it, so.
Okay,
There-
so you've got a
there's
system
a little
that
more
works.
space than what it looks like on the visual there, so. And the Hansons who were here tonight but left, that's who owns the property that we have the easement on.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Go ahead, Phil.
Just one question, please, and maybe a little off the cuff here.
Sure.
How about putting about 5 trees along Northwest Boulevard on the property? It's a main drive into the city, and there's not much that separates the building from the street.
Putting trees in? I suppose we could, we have to, the property's owned by somebody other than me, so.
Thank
you. I'm all on board with it, you bet.
The parking requirements, the 24, is that your current requirements now, and did they increase with adding? I guess maybe Hillary.
I believe that's combined, isn't that?
Is it combined? So currently it's less than that.
Tammy can answer
Tammy
that
can
for us.
answer that maybe.
For a second.
Sure.
So with the current use, the total is 16 parking spaces required, and then with the additional, it came to the 24.
Another 8, okay.
We got that. Okay. All right.
Any other questions? If not, we're good. All right. No other questions, then?
Okay,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Have anything else you want to add before I close? Any discussion? No? We're good? All right. I'm going to close public testimony and bring it for a little discussion and a motion.
I don't have any discussion.
No discussion? How about a motion?
It's good to me. I'll make a motion.
Okay, let's go.
All right. This matter came before the Planning and Zoning Commission on July 9th, 2024, to consider SP-3-24, a request for approval of a special use permit for food and beverage on off-site consumption in the light manufacturing zoning district. The applicant is Northwest Boulevard Holding LLC, location plus or minus 1.11 acres. Well, that'd be nice. Located at 1515 Northwest Boulevard. Findings of fact, items A1 through A9 have been met, posted, notifications sent out, all the usual stuff. Public testimony was received. We have an existing building on the subject property, which is located along Northwest Boulevard and south of La Crosse Avenue. Subject site is 1.11 acres in aggregate. The property is near commercial, residential, and recreational uses. Residential uses include the Belle Reeve development to the southwest and homes off La Crosse Boulevard. There are commercial uses to the north and west, a storage facility, and commercial along Northwest Boulevard to the northeast. Recreational uses are within the city and BLM-owned properties to the west. 8.4, the subject site is currently zoned light manufacturing, was previously used for warehousing, boat sales, and more recently retail flooring store, with the approval of a special use permit. Item SP-5-19. The requested coffee shop bakery is an allowed use by special use permit. Coffee roasting is a permitted use in the light manufacturing zoning district. A share access easement exists across the property to the west, providing additional parking. Let's skip through that. A5, comp plan, future plan, land use map designates this as a retail center corridor place type. The comp plan states that the compatible zoning states that the double statement, getting late, for the retail center corridor is C17 and C17L. Subject property abuts C17 on the northwest, south, and across Northwest Boulevard to the northeast. Staff report includes applicable comp plan goals and objectives, and this in particular meets those goals, that we are well-informed, goal C1, that we maintain a high quality of life for residents and maintain the community's friendly, welcoming atmosphere and its small-town feel, plus 4 trees. And that we develop GD1, develop a mix of land uses throughout the city, which just continues on with that. Then A7, city departments have indicated the project will be served by existing streets, facilities, and services. Project will result in about 321 trips in the AM peak hour and 129 in the PM peak hour. Northwest Boulevard has the capacity to accommodate the additional traffic. Water has been provided standard conditions to address water meter and service conditions. Fire department stated access to the site will be on Northwest Boulevard and the north parking lot access. An additional access is located on the south side of the building, which that was my question, to allow for firefighting efforts from Northwest Boulevard. In addition, the fire department added a condition requiring the inspection and repair of the retaining wall on the west side of the building, as they are in poor condition. There are 5 conditions from our staff, and those are at the end, and I'm assuming there was no issues with any of those, including the drive aisle, rooftop equipment being screened, parking lot access on the west side, and any additional main extensions will be part and parcel of this with fire hydrants, and an easement will be required on the south side of the property to connect water mains. And I don't think there were any other issues. So, in conclusions of law, based on the foregoing findings of fact, the Planning and Zoning Commission makes the following conclusions of law. B1, the proposal is in conformance with the comp plan. B2, design and planning of the site is compatible with location, setting, and existing uses on adjacent properties. And B3, the location, design, and size of the proposal are such that the development will be adequately served by existing streets, public facilities, and services. And in that instance, I would say that we approve this with with just these 5 conditions.
Okay. I have a motion by Commissioner Fleming. Is second?
Second.
Second by Lutrip. Roll call, please.
Lutrip,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Fleming,
Yes.
McCracken,
Yes.
Messina,
Yes?
Ingalls.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Congratulations. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to
Oh,
adjourn.
whoa, go right ahead, Phil.
Oh, go for it.
I find the special permit to basically put the police power of zoning in the hands of certain citizens just to be unconscionable. And if it's appropriate and people would agree, I would suggest that we ask the commission to consider removing that from the zoning code. I
The
just,
special use permit,
yeah,
don't know.
not special use generally, just that particular one.
The second hearing, the one. for-
Second hearing.
Oh, I see, the way it was presented tonight.
The way it's written, the way it's written in the code, 66% of the people can decide what someone can
Oh,
and
I-
can't
Can
do.
and
And
can't do
I
with
just
their
really
land.
find that inconsistent with the, hell,
I
I
w-
give it a Euclid and whoever it was,
I
the
would
first
agree.
zoning hearing back in
Right.
1920,
I
that
would agree.
police powers go to the jurisdiction to control growth.
I follow you.
I would agree.
Well,
And I don't know if it's really our place to even, it's not our place, I don't think, to task staff to go do something and bring it back, but perhaps, as a, housekeeping thing, you're always looking at the codes and whatnot and making notations and, every so often you come back with kind of a basket of code changes, maybe that's an item.
Consideration.
I think Mr. Adams talked to that earlier as well, something similar, that maybe that's something that we kick around with the next basket of
okay, thanks,
Yeah.
Phil.
code changes.
I would agree that it gets looked at some point, or at least the wording is maybe more clear, especially on the ADU piece of that, because that has been a clarification, so.
One of the duties of the planning commission is to make recommendations regarding appropriate regulations. So it would not be amiss if you were to put that on the agenda to discuss it, and you certainly can request staff to take that forward to council.
I would request that.
There you go, Phil.
Second that motion. Anyone?
I think we would, I would second Lynn's motion
think
to
we're all-
request a future
request-
discussion.
At a shorter
Maybe
meeting.
at a hearing without three
Shorter
public
hearing.
hearings, yeah.
Fewer agenda
Or a little
items.
workshop.
Thank you.
Okay,
I love all-nighters. Not.
all right.
All right, we adjourned?
I have a
take a
motion.
motion to adjourn.
I have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Not hearing any?
My
We
dog
are-
is saying no.
We are adjourned.
Merci.